Do nothing after this, and watch how everything falls into place. Almost everything will work again if you unplug it for a few minutes, including you. Anne Lamott. In a world that glorifies hustle, we often forget the divine power of stillness. What if the breakthrough you're waiting for doesn't require more effort, but more surrender? In today's video, we'll explore the life-changing truth that doing nothing might just be the most powerful thing you ever do. Watch closely, and you'll discover how letting go allows everything to align effortlessly. Have you ever experienced a moment where things finally worked out the moment you stopped forcing it? Share your story in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. And if this resonates with your journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this message with someone who needs it today. Chapter 1. Stop chasing. You're blocking yourself. Society has trained us to believe that chasing is the path to having. Chase the job, chase the partner, chase the life. But chasing is a subtle form of fear. It's an energy that whispers, "I am not enough until I get this." What we often don't realize is that the very act of chasing is blocking what we're trying so hard to receive. The vibration behind the chase is rooted in lack, and the universe doesn't respond to desperation. It mirrors your inner state. Carl Jung said it best: "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Behind every frantic goal is usually an unhealed wound. Maybe it's the fear of being alone. Maybe it's the belief that love must be earned. Maybe it's the feeling that if you stop hustling, everything will fall apart. These are the silent scripts running beneath the surface, shaping your desires and driving your actions. In spirituality, the real work isn't about getting more, it's about becoming whole. And to become whole, you must pause and ask, what part of me still feels empty? That question is a mirror. It invites you to stop trying to fix the outside world and start tending to the inner world. The more you chase to avoid the void, the deeper the void becomes. But when you sit with your emptiness, not trying to escape it, but honoring it, you begin to heal. This shift is subtle, but powerful. Instead of praying for more, you begin listening to what your soul needs. Instead of trying to control the timeline, you begin trusting divine timing. Instead of proving your worth, you begin remembering it. Manifestation flows not from effort, but from coherence, when your thoughts, emotions, and energy are aligned with truth, not fear. Every time you try to force something into place, you are affirming that you don't believe it can come naturally. That disbelief is what creates friction, and that friction becomes resistance. But when you let go, when you stop pushing, stop striving, stop begging, the energy softens. Your frequency rises, and the things that once felt far away begin to flow into your life with grace, not struggle. This is what it means to live spiritually, to stop chasing what's already yours, and instead become the version of you who can hold it with peace. When you embody wholeness, you no longer attract from emptiness. You become the magnet, not through effort, but through alignment. You stop asking for the door to open because you realize you are the one holding the key. Comment below. I release the chase, I choose alignment. If you're ready to stop striving from lack and start receiving from wholeness, your healing is the magnet for everything you desire. Chapter 2. The unconscious is always listening. Life is not testing you, it's echoing you. It doesn't respond to your intentions alone. It mirrors the truth of your unconscious energy. every situation that repeats itself, every delay you face, every closed door, is not the universe working against you, but the universe responding to the vibration you emit without even realizing it. That's the heart of spiritual wisdom. Reality reflects who you are deep beneath the surface, not who you pretend to be on top. That's why affirmations fail when they're spoken from the mouth, but contradicted by the soul. You can say, "I am abundant," 100 times a day, but if deep inside you feel undeserving, that inner feeling overrides every word. The unconscious doesn't respond to what sounds good. It responds to what is true. It listens to the tone of your energy, not the tone of your voice. As long as there is a split between what you want and what you believe, life will reflect the belief, not the desire. You must understand that your unconscious mind is the real director of your reality. It runs the show in silence, influencing your actions, decisions, and even your energy field. You might consciously desire love, success, or peace, but if your unconscious is wired for rejection, failure, or conflict, that's what will repeatedly show up. This is not a punishment. It's a pattern, one that remains until you become spiritually aware enough to break it. Yet instead of facing this internal divide, many people try to cover it with positivity. But positivity is not power when it's used to avoid fear. Smiling over your sadness, forcing gratitude when your heart is in pain, pretending to be okay when your spirit is tired, that's not alignment, that's avoidance. And avoidance breeds distortion. Real transformation begins not when you run from discomfort, but when you sit with it, when you let the fear speak, when you allow the anxiety to rise without numbing it. That's when healing begins, not from doing something, but from being radically honest with what already lives inside of you. The moment you stop trying to fix everything, the process of true realignment begins. Not because you've solved the problem, but because you've stopped resisting your current state. There is a sacred power in stillness. It is in doing nothing that you stop interfering with your own evolution. The spiritual path is not about constantly adjusting and tweaking yourself to become someone new. It's about finally allowing yourself to witness what already is with clarity, with acceptance, with presence. The more you chase alignment, the more you push it away. But when you pause, breathe, and allow your energy to settle, you create the fertile space where transformation can actually take root. This is the paradox. When you do nothing, not out of apathy, but out of surrender, you allow life to reorganize itself around your truest frequency. In that stillness, your unconscious begins to shift. And once your energy shifts, your external world cannot help but follow. If this message has awakened something deep within you, leave a comment of truth. I trust my unconscious is aligning with my highest good. And if this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual alignment. Chapter 3. Detachment isn't giving up, it's awakening. Letting go is not defeat. It is the sacred recognition that control was never truly yours to begin with. When you release your grip on outcomes, you're not losing power. You're finally stepping into alignment with a higher spiritual intelligence. The energy of forcing and fixing blocks the very blessings you long for. True flow begins when you stop clenching and start allowing. Surrender is not weakness, it is wisdom. It's the moment you realize that your worth is not tied to the result, and your peace no longer depends on things going your way. Detachment is often mistaken for indifference, but it's something much more powerful. It is the return of your energy to yourself. Apathy is a numb escape, but spiritual detachment is full presence without obsession. You no longer chase, beg, or plead. Instead, you choose to anchor your awareness in the now. You stop pouring your emotional energy into things you can't control and begin cultivating inner stillness. From that stillness, clarity arises. You begin to see that holding on too tightly is what keeps you stuck, and letting go is what sets things in motion. When your energy says, "I need this to be okay," you are still rooted in lack. The universe listens not to your affirmations, but to the frequency beneath them. Even if your words speak abundance, if your energy is dripping with desperation, you are only reinforcing the absence of what you seek. Manifestation isn't about saying the right things. It's about becoming the vibration of wholeness. When you no longer need, you are finally ready to receive. Detachment breaks the loop of lack and invites in a frequency of fullness. There is immense spiritual power in the statement, "Even if it never comes, I am still whole." This is not resignation. It is mastery. It is the moment your spirit declares, "I am complete." You stop living from the illusion that something outside of you will finally make you enough. And paradoxically, this is when everything begins to shift. You're no longer vibrating from emptiness, but from embodiment. Wholeness is no longer a destination. It's your default setting. The universe cannot help but respond to that level of inner congruence. Life does not respond to striving. It responds to being. When you release the need to control, to force, to manipulate outcomes, you drop into the natural rhythm of existence. Your spiritual energy stops scattering and starts flowing. You begin to embody calm confidence instead of frantic doing. You don't need to chase because you are already aligned. The more you try to grab the moment, the more it slips. But when you settle into your being, the moment comes to you. This is the silent magic of spiritual detachment. Everything begins to fall into place, not because you forced it, but because you stopped needing to. Are you ready to release the need and embrace your true power? If so, comment below, "I am whole without it," to affirm your commitment to the path of spiritual detachment and awakening. Chapter 4. Allow the void. After surrender, silence arrives. Not the peaceful kind that brings relief, but the kind that feels like an uncomfortable pause, like life has gone quiet and you've been forgotten. You've done everything right. You let go, released control, stopped chasing. But now, nothing seems to move. This is the void, the in-between. It feels empty, but in truth, it is sacred. Carl Jung called this the creative void, a powerful space of invisible reorganization. It's not that nothing is happening. It's that everything is happening beyond your senses. This is where your ego starts to panic. The mind wants noise, motion, proof. It wants certainty. But the soul thrives in stillness. In this gap between your past and your future, your spirit is being rearranged. Your old patterns, attachments, and identifications are being dissolved, not destroyed, but transformed. The void isn't punishment, it's preparation. It's the space where spiritual growth takes root before it becomes visible. Like the moment right before a seed breaks the soil, it's quiet, but it's not still. Most people fail this part of the journey because they can't handle the silence. They think something's gone wrong, when in truth, something sacred is unfolding. The test isn't whether you can act, but whether you can become. Can you feel like abundance even when it hasn't arrived? Can you act like love even before it's returned? Can you sit in the quiet and know that you are still supported, still held, still guided. This is the magnetic shift. When you stop proving and start embodying. When your stillness becomes your frequency becomes your signal, and the universe responds not to your effort, but to your energy. You don't manifest from desperation. You manifest from coherence, from alignment, from becoming the version of you who already lives the life you desire, even if nothing outside has changed yet. Spirituality asks you to trust the invisible, to know that what you see isn't all that exists, to understand that when life goes silent, it's not the end. It's the divine pause before acceleration. It's the rewiring of your nervous system, the upgrade of your emotional code, the quiet construction of a new reality. Your only job is to allow it, to feel the discomfort but not escape it, to resist the urge to force or fix, and instead surrender even deeper. This is not laziness. This is mastery. You become magnetic not by doing more, but by needing less. And that is when everything begins to fall into place, not because you chased it, but because you became it. If this message resonates with your soul, leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful spiritual insights like this. Comment below. I trust the void, my abundance is being built in silence, to affirm your faith in the unseen and step into your magnetic power. Chapter 5. Integrate, don't obsess. Your desires are not random wishes. They are sacred spiritual assignments, tailor-made for your soul's evolution. They appear in your life not to torment you, but to guide you. The issue is never the desire itself, but the attachment you form to it. When longing becomes an obsession, you're no longer in alignment with the flow of life. You've stepped out of trust and into fear. You've moved from receiving to gripping. Attachment is a signal. It shows you where you've begun to outsource your sense of self-worth. When you tell yourself, "I'll feel enough when I have this," you turn a sacred desire into a condition for survival. And that's when your energy begins to repel instead of attract. Obsession is not a sign that you care. It's a symptom of a wound that still whispers, "I am not enough unless." That wound doesn't need more effort. It needs healing. Carl Jung's teaching on individuation reminds us that wholeness comes not from chasing the light, but from integrating both light and shadow. If you ignore your shadow, the insecure, uncertain parts of yourself, they will hijack your desires and twist them into addictions. But when you face them with compassion, your desires become clear again. They return to their original purpose, soul expansion, not self-escape. You don't need to push harder. You need to come home to yourself. The spiritual path is not a hustle. It's a process of remembering that you were never broken to begin with. When you begin to heal your relationship with yourself, you stop needing the world to complete you. And when that need disappears, your frequency shifts. You become coherent. You become magnetic. Not because you're doing more, but because you're aligned. This is the paradox. The moment you no longer need it is the moment you're finally ready to receive it. The universe responds not to begging, not to obsession, but to calm certainty. Not the loud energy of striving, but the quiet power of integration. When your inner world is whole, your outer world begins to reflect it effortlessly. You don't attract what you want, you attract what you are. So the spiritual invitation is not to chase the life you crave, but to embody the version of you who already feels worthy of it. You stop grasping and start radiating. You stop searching and start allowing. And in that space of non-resistance, everything begins to fall into place. This is not magic. This is alignment. This is not luck. This is the natural response of the universe to a soul that remembers its own enoughness. Integration is the portal. Heal, align, and let go. The rest will follow. Have you ever noticed how your deepest desires mirror your inner healing journey? If this message resonates, share your thoughts in the comments. What desire have you been obsessing over, and what is it teaching you? If you're ready to release the grip and integrate instead, comment, "I choose inner peace," so we can walk this spiritual path together. Chapter 6. The ego wants control. The soul wants peace. The ego is always chasing control, whispering that time is running out, that you're falling behind, that life should be happening faster. It clings to timelines, compares your path to others, and convinces you that if you're not constantly achieving, then you're failing. But that frantic voice inside, that's not your soul. That is ego. And ego thrives on fear, scarcity, and pressure. The soul, on the other hand, wants only peace. It moves in stillness. It trusts divine timing, and it never needs to prove anything. When you find yourself overwhelmed, caught in loops of overthinking, pushing harder, or doubting your worth, pause and ask, is this coming from ego or essence? That question is a gateway to clarity. Ego defines your value by external success. It counts what you have, what you've done, and who's watching. But the spiritual path invites you to root your worth in presence, not performance. Your soul doesn't measure, your soul remembers. It remembers your wholeness. It remembers that you are already enough. To reclaim your peace, you must stop tying your self-worth to outcomes. Let go of needing to be validated by the outside world. The more you chase, the more you signal to the universe that what you desire is missing. And in spiritual truth, you don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. That means the moment you embody peace, alignment, and sufficiency, life begins to mirror it back. Reality bends not when you push, but when you surrender. As Carl Jung said, what you resist not only persists, but grows in size. Resistance is the energy of the ego. Acceptance is the posture of the soul. This shift is not passive, it is powerful. Choosing peace over pressure is not about giving up. It's about stepping into trust. It's about saying, I no longer force. I align. And from that place, you begin to see that what truly belongs to you cannot be missed. You stop trying to micromanage your destiny and start allowing it to unfold. You stop sending out the energy of desperation and start embodying the energy of certainty. Nothing moves until your energy does. So when you choose stillness over struggle, simplicity over stress, and alignment over action, you are not doing less, you are becoming more. More spiritual, more grounded, more magnetic. And in that sacred pause, everything begins to shift. Because the universe doesn't respond to force, it responds to frequency. And your highest frequency isn't control, it's trust. Peace is not what you get once everything works out. Peace is what makes everything work out. That's the real power. That's the wisdom your soul already knows. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how to shift from ego control to soul alignment. If this message resonated with you, comment below. I choose peace over pressure. Let's walk this path of inner freedom together. Chapter 7. Shadow work is manifestation. Work. You can't manifest a life of light if you're only willing to love the light within you. The parts of you that you've rejected, Your fear, your shame, your anger aren't mistakes. They are messengers. Jung called this the shadow, the hidden self we push down, hoping no one notices, including ourselves. But true spirituality isn't about pretending to be healed. It's about choosing to meet your pain with presence. When you manifest without acknowledging your shadow, you don't create clarity. You create chaos in disguise. You might attract a relationship, a job, or a situation, but if it's born from trauma, it will reflect that trauma back to you. The universe doesn't respond to your wants. It responds to your frequency. And if your frequency is secretly shaped by fear, that's the blueprint your reality will mirror. Shadow work is not some dark detour away from manifestation. It is the doorway to it. You cannot become whole by rejecting half of yourself. Real manifestation is integration. It's not about wishing harder or scripting more affirmations. It's about accepting all of you. It's about letting your pain speak and realizing that it's not trying to hurt you, it's trying to free you. Every suppressed emotion holds spiritual data. Every wound carries wisdom. And until you're willing to face it, you'll keep trying to manifest from a fractured identity. Wholeness is magnetic. When you stop resisting your emotions and begin to hold space for them, your vibration becomes coherent. Suddenly, your energy field no longer signals, "I'm not enough," or "I have to prove something to deserve this." It begins to signal trust, peace, and grounded power. And that's the signal the universe responds to. Not the desperate trying, but the surrendered allowing. Integration makes your spirit clean. Not clean as in perfect, but clean as in aligned. It says, "I know who I am. I've met my darkness. I've made peace with my past. I no longer chase because I no longer feel separate from what I seek." You don't rise through denial. You rise by becoming radically honest about your emotional landscape and choosing to sit with the discomfort rather than escape it. That's the spiritual path no one glamorizes. But that's where your manifestations shift from illusion into embodiment. When you stop needing your desires to fill a void and instead become the version of yourself who no longer fears the void, everything changes. You stop chasing things to complete you and start attracting experiences that match your inner wholeness. You can say all the right things and still repel the very things you desire if your nervous system is still tuned to scarcity, abandonment, or fear. Because energy speaks louder than words. Healing the shadow is not about fixing yourself. It's about remembering that you were never broken. It's about reclaiming your fragments and realizing they were never meant to be thrown away. They were waiting to be seen. When the shadow is brought to light, your vibration shifts from wounded longing to embodied presence. And that is the most powerful manifestation tool there is. If this message resonates with you, comment, "I agree," to affirm your commitment to healing through integration. If you see it differently, share your thoughts with "I don't think so." Your voice matters in this spiritual journey. Chapter 8. Don't block your own destiny. The greatest block to your destiny isn't the universe, your past, or anyone outside of you. It's you. Self-sabotage is subtle and often invisible. It's not loud, and it rarely looks like destruction. It sounds like self-doubt. It feels like hesitation. It hides behind perfectionism, procrastination, and the constant pressure to do more. It whispers, "I'm not ready," or worse, "I don't deserve this." That's not divine timing holding you back. That's your own energy contradicting your desires. You say you want it, but deep inside, you're signaling the opposite. You chase success, not because you feel called, but because you feel empty. You run toward goals, hoping they'll save you from yourself. You keep moving forward, hoping something outside of you will finally make you feel whole. But here's the spiritual truth. Anything you pursue to escape yourself becomes another form of self-abandonment. Success that is built on avoidance eventually collapses. When your actions are rooted in fear, the outcome will reflect fear. You attract what your soul believes is safe, not what your ego demands. Change isn't born from more effort. You can hustle for years and never change a thing internally. Real transformation begins the moment you stop trying to achieve your way out of pain and instead look within to alchemize it. Your destiny doesn't respond to your willpower. It responds to your alignment. The identity you hold, the silent story you repeat, is the gatekeeper of your manifestation. Until you shift who you believe you are, nothing outside of you will shift either. You are not chasing success. You're becoming the man who no longer needs to chase. When your internal identity matches the life you say you want, the universe doesn't have to be convinced. It simply mirrors. You stop begging life to prove your worth. You stop scripting and strategizing, hoping to manipulate an outcome. Instead, you settle into truth, the spiritual awareness that you are always enough, always worthy, always chosen. From that place, manifestation becomes a byproduct of who you are, not a reward for what you've done. The moment your energy stops resisting what's meant for you, everything begins to fall into place, not because you forced it, but because you finally stop blocking it. You begin to attract not from need, but from wholeness. You stop searching for signs and start being the sign. Destiny doesn't unfold through effort. It unfolds through surrender, through presence, through remembering that the door was never locked. You just needed to stop standing in your own way. That's the spiritual key. Don't become more. Become aligned. If you're still here and this message resonates with you, comment below. I'm ready to align with my true self. Your words help us grow this community and bring more clarity to those on the path of purpose. Thank you for watching this message from Spiritual Wisdom. Sometimes, the most powerful action is no action at all. Just presence, surrender, and trust. Let life unfold without resistance, and you may be surprised at how effortlessly things begin to align. If this message spoke to your soul, don't forget to like the video, share it with someone who needs this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights on living a spiritually aligned life. Stay still, stay present, and let it all fall into place. Why only the chosen women have these 7 hidden marks? The wound is the place where the light enters you. Rumi. Have you ever wondered why certain women carry an invisible strength that sets them apart? Why some seem to endure the darkest storms only to rise with even more grace, wisdom, and power? In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover the 7 hidden marks that only chosen women possess, sacred signs that speak of deep purpose, divine selection, and inner transformation. These aren't just traits. They are spiritual imprints shaped by trials, destined for impact. As you listen, reflect on your own journey. Do you recognize any of these marks within yourself or someone you love? If so, leave a comment and share your story below. Your voice might inspire another chosen soul. Let's dive in and let the wisdom begin. 1. Scar that turned into a sword. Chosen women have walked through fires that would have destroyed others. But instead of being consumed, they emerged transformed, carrying not just pain, but power. Their suffering wasn't just an experience, it was an initiation. A sacred trial allowed by the divine not to punish them, but to prepare them. The first hidden mark of a chosen woman is this: the scar that turned into a sword. Scars tell stories, not of defeat, but of survival, of the quiet strength it takes to bleed and still believe. A chosen woman's scar is not a symbol of what broke her, but of what built her. Each wound she carries has been refined by grace, made holy through her perseverance. She did not ask for the battle, but she chose to rise from it. This is what makes her different. While others collapse under pressure, she becomes sharper, clearer, stronger. The same pain that tried to bury her is what forged her into someone the world can no longer ignore. These are not just emotional bruises. They are spiritual signatures, heaven's fingerprint on her life. Like Hannah, she has known what it means to cry in silence, to feel forgotten, to pray when no one listens. And yet, her tears planted something sacred. Hannah's sorrow birthed Samuel, a prophet of nations. Her agony wasn't wasted, it was weaponized. The same is true for the chosen woman. The heartbreak that was meant to harden her heart instead broke it open, allowing divine love to pour in. What was once a wound has now become her worship. Or like Joseph, sold by his brothers, abandoned in a pit, left behind in prison. And yet, none of it could derail what God had declared over his life. Joseph's suffering wasn't a detour, it was a divine setup. His pain didn't stop his purpose, it revealed it. In the same way, the chosen woman carries this mark: pain that became prophecy, rejection that became redirection, the affliction that became her anointing. There is something holy about the woman who suffers silently but still loves loudly, the one who serves even when she's empty, who gives even when no one gives back, who worships while wounded. She knows what it means to feel invisible and still be invaluable. Her scar became a sword the moment she stopped asking, "Why me?" and started declaring, "Use me." This mark cannot be faked. It is not surface-level strength or a mask of resilience. It is soul-deep refinement. You know her by her eyes tired, yet fearless. Her silence still, yet powerful. Her presence gentle, yet immovable. She doesn't need applause. She has alignment. She doesn't seek validation. She embodies revelation. Because she knows, what hurt her didn't hinder her. It handed her the sword. And if you have ever walked through suffering that no one saw, if you have ever worshipped with tears running down your face, if you have forgiven someone who never said sorry, if you have kept believing when every sign said, "Give up," then you carry this mark too. Heaven chose you not in spite of your wounds, but because of what your wounds revealed. That you could carry pain without becoming bitter. That you could hold grief without losing hope. That you could be cut and still choose to heal others. You were not broken, you were becoming. You were not cursed, you were being carved into someone unstoppable. That is why your scar is sacred. That is why your scar became a sword. If this message speaks to your soul, repeat after me. My scars are sacred. My pain has shaped my power. I am chosen for something greater. 2. Divine discontent. They feel a deep, unshakable restlessness, even when life appears good on the outside. It's not about being ungrateful or chasing more. It's a sacred discontent, a divine agitation placed by heaven itself. This stirring is not a flaw. It is an inner compass guiding chosen women toward their greater assignment. Even in comfort, their spirit is unsettled because their soul recognizes that the current situation is too small for what they're meant to carry. It's not that life is wrong, it's just that it's not yet fully right. There's more purpose, more calling, more alignment, and that divine discomfort is what pulls them forward. Like Queen Esther in the palace, these women are often placed in environments that look ideal from the outside, but feel spiritually mismatched within. Esther wasn't just lucky, she was strategically positioned for a divine mission. Her discomfort wasn't a sign of weakness, it was a sign of timing. Heaven stirred her heart so she wouldn't stay silent. In the same way, many chosen women today feel this divine agitation not because they are doing something wrong, but because they are being prepared for something greater. It's a holy preparation disguised as emotional tension. This feeling can show up at unexpected times in a stable career that feels meaningless, in a relationship that lacks depth, or in a lifestyle that others envy but your soul resists. It's not always dramatic. Sometimes it's quiet, a whisper in the heart, a thought you can't shake, a sense that you are outgrowing the space you're in. That's not ego. That's the echo of your destiny calling. It is a sacred invitation to stretch beyond comfort zones and embrace your divine assignment. Take the story of a young woman named Ava. She had everything society told her she needed: an admirable career in social work, a loving family, and a supportive partner. But each day, something inside her grew louder. She couldn't name it at first. It wasn't depression or burnout. It was a call to do something that aligned more deeply with her soul's truth. Eventually, that sacred restlessness pushed her to start a healing circle for women recovering from trauma, a space that didn't exist before she created it. That discomfort didn't destroy her. It revealed her, and in doing so, it helped heal others. Feeling out of place isn't proof that you're lost. It's a clue that you're being called. The more a chosen woman tries to suppress that restlessness, the louder it becomes. It shows up in her body, her emotions, her dreams, and the moment she dares to listen, she begins to shift. Not because life outside has changed, but because she has started to align with the truth of who she really is. Divine discontent is one of the most powerful signs of spiritual selection. It's not meant to torment, it's meant to awaken. Heaven does not whisper into the ears of the distracted. It speaks through the aching silence of those who are ready to rise. So if you feel out of place, misunderstood, or misaligned, it is not a curse. It's a summons. You are being prepared, positioned, and pushed. Not because you're not enough, but because you are more than what the world sees. Comment: I feel the call, if this message resonates with your soul. Or, still searching, if you're on the journey, but not sure yet. Let's talk about it below. 3. Sensitivity to injustice and pain. Chosen women carry a profound sensitivity to pain and injustice, not as a flaw, but as a divine assignment etched into their soul. They don't just notice suffering, they feel it, absorb it, and carry it in their spirit as if it were their own. Their tears come quickly, not because they are fragile, but because their emotional system is wired by heaven to respond to the cries of others. This spiritual empathy is not something learned. It is embedded in them as a divine responsibility. While the world may label it as oversensitivity, in the unseen realm, it is regarded as sacred intelligence, an ability to sense what is broken beneath the surface and release healing through heartfelt intercession. Their tears are not ordinary. Like sacred prayers, they rise as a fragrance to the heavens. Just as Jesus wept over a world that could not see the truth, these women are called to weep over wounds that others overlook. Their crying is not weakness, it is prophecy. It is spiritual warfare fought in silence. They walk among us like emotional midwives, quietly birthing healing, transformation, and peace. Where others see emotion as a liability, heaven sees it as activation. When they feel pain, they don't just react, they shift the atmosphere. When they sense injustice, their soul intercedes even before words are spoken. They are entrusted to carry other people's burdens in a world that often teaches us to carry nothing but our own ambition. This burden is heavy. It often isolates them. Because their energy draws the brokenhearted, the emotionally wounded, and the spiritually lost, they are rarely surrounded by lightness. But this is part of the calling. Their presence is a sanctuary, and people are drawn to their warmth without understanding the weight they carry. Their emotional depth becomes a magnet for divine assignments. Strangers feel safe enough to confess. Friends lean on them for strength, and even those in darkness seek their light. This attraction is not random. It is spiritual law in motion. According to the law of attraction, what you embody is what you draw. Chosen women carry healing energy, so they naturally draw those who need it most. And yet, most of the work they do remains unseen. They are not celebrated for their quiet prayers. They are not rewarded for the nights they spent crying for someone else's pain. But heaven sees. Heaven hears. These women are known in the spirit realm as intercessors, soul warriors, sacred vessels through which divine compassion flows. Their spiritual awakening was not for self-enlightenment alone. It was to become a bridge between pain and purpose, between heartbreak and healing. When others give up on someone, they still feel the urge to pray. When the world turns away, they lean in. When no one is watching, they still whisper prayers that move mountains. The emotional depth that once felt like a curse is actually a manifestation of spiritual maturity. It is a gift wrapped in discomfort, a divine signal that their soul is attuned to higher frequencies of compassion. These women have been through enough to recognize that pain is a portal. And instead of running from it, they walk straight into it, not to suffer, but to rescue. They do not need attention. They need alignment. They do not seek recognition. They seek restoration for themselves and for those who cannot find their way home. Their power lies in the quiet moments, in the whispered prayers, in the tears that fall unnoticed. But in the spiritual world, nothing they release is wasted. Every tear waters the soil of someone else's healing. This is not just emotion. This is energy. This is divine technology operating through a human heart. And in a world that numbs feeling in order to function, their sensitivity is not just a gift, it is a revolutionary act of spiritual defiance. They are here to heal through empathy, to restore through softness, and to awaken through love. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on how spiritual sensitivity is not a weakness, but a divine gift. If you've ever wept for others without knowing why, or carried invisible burdens with grace, this space is for you. Join us on the journey of sacred empathy and silent intercession. 4. Attracts unprovoked attacks. She attracts unprovoked attacks, not because of any wrongdoing, but because of the light she carries. A light so powerful, so pure, it threatens the very foundations of darkness. There's something sacred about her presence, something ancient that echoes through her aura. Without saying a word, she unsettles rooms. Without fighting, she provokes resistance. That is the nature of spiritual warfare, subtle yet intense. It surrounds the chosen, not the passive. The more divine energy she radiates, the more the forces of spiritual opposition rise against her. She may not wear a title, but heaven knows her name, and so does the enemy. This woman's life is a battlefield not because she is weak, but because she is spiritually dangerous. Her obedience disturbs patterns. Her intuition disrupts illusions. Her light exposes what others try to keep hidden. Like Mary, the mother of Christ, she is not exalted by worldly status, but by divine alignment. Mary said yes to God and immediately became a target. She was judged, rejected, pursued. Her path was holy, but costly. Likewise, the chosen woman today may find herself misunderstood, falsely accused, or isolated not because of failure, but because her yes to the divine mission placed her under a spiritual spotlight. Darkness does not waste its time attacking what poses no threat. It only targets those who carry power. Her presence is disruptive to the status quo of spiritual stagnation. She may face betrayals, heartbreak, or energetic exhaustion, not because she is cursed, but because she is confirmed. The enemy recognizes the seed she carries. The frequency of her soul vibrates at a level that makes demonic interference inevitable. She's not just surviving battles, she is activating divine assignments through them. Many women assume that frequent attacks mean they are doing something wrong. But in the spiritual realm, attacks are often a sign that she is finally walking in alignment. They are spiritual feedback that she's tapping into sacred power, stepping into a higher version of herself. She is being pruned, not punished. As the scripture says, every fruitful branch is pruned, so it may bear more fruit. Pruning hurts. It looks like loss. It feels like confusion, but it's sacred preparation. Her life is not falling apart. It's being rearranged for divine purpose. There are times she wonders, why me? But she must learn to ask, what am I carrying that's worth attacking? Because only those with purpose become targets. The warfare is a mirror of her potential. The more intense the attack, the more evident the anointing. Her life may seem like a series of spiritual ambushes, but in truth, each one is a divine confirmation of the holy energy within her. The hidden mark here is not the pain itself, but her ability to continue radiating light despite it. She still loves, even after betrayal. She still prays, even after silence. She still stands, even after the storm. That's not just resilience, it's divine evidence. Her scars are not shameful. They are sacred. They speak of battles fought in silence and victories won in the spirit. This is why she attracts unprovoked attacks, not because she is flawed, but because she is chosen. If this message has stirred your spirit, declare your faith in the comments. I carry light that darkness cannot extinguish. I am chosen and protected by God. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss what heaven is revealing next. 5. Misunderstood and isolated. They are often alone, not because they choose isolation, but because isolation chooses them. A chosen woman is not always understood by the world around her. Her quietness is mistaken for arrogance. Her strength is misread as stubbornness. Her ability to stand firm in her values is labeled as pride. But the truth is far more profound. What the world misinterprets is actually the evidence of divine preparation. When God sets someone apart, He doesn't always surround them with applause. More often, He surrounds them with silence. because in silence, she grows. In solitude, she transforms. Chosen women walk a road that others often can't comprehend. This road isn't glamorous. It's hidden, rugged, and sacred. It's where God speaks in whispers only a refined soul can hear. Like Jesus in the wilderness, like Moses tending sheep in obscurity, like Hagar crying in the desert, chosen women are drawn into sacred aloneness, not because they are unloved, but because they are deeply loved by heaven. The silence is not a punishment. It's a sanctuary. It is here, in the absence of noise and distraction, that she is trained in discernment, purified in intention, and strengthened in spirit. The world overlooks her, but heaven never does. In the modern world, this mark often plays out through women who don't conform. She might be the one who keeps her circle small. She chooses depth over popularity. She doesn't chase validation because she's anchored in something eternal. Others may whisper behind her back, claiming she's distant or cold. But what they fail to see is the fire she carries inside the sacred energy that's too precious to waste on surface-level approval. She is not here to entertain or explain. She is here to evolve. Even in family settings, she may feel like the black sheep, the one who thinks differently, the one who challenges the dysfunction that others accept. And because of this, she's often excluded. But being misunderstood is the price of being marked. Her boundaries are not walls, they are filters. Her silence is not empty. It is full of divine conversation. She walks through seasons where she receives no affirmation, no recognition, and yet continues to show up. This is the making of someone who has been chosen not for comfort, but for calling. This mark of isolation is never about abandonment. It is about alignment. It is heaven's way of clearing the noise so the chosen one can hear the whisper of purpose. When the world pushes her aside, it is only because God is pulling her closer. In the quiet, she learns to distinguish between distractions and destiny. In the loneliness, she finds intimacy with her Creator. And in the rejection, she discovers radical self-worth that doesn't require outside approval. Eventually, what was hidden becomes undeniable. What was rejected becomes revered. And the woman who was once isolated is now illuminated. But she never forgets what shaped her. Her power is not in her appearance, or in titles, or recognition. Her power is in her presence, in the way she walks with God, even when no one is watching. That is why she is misunderstood, because she is spiritually rare. That is why she is isolated, because heaven is doing something in her that the world is not ready to see. And that is why she rises, again and again, not with noise, but with quiet, unstoppable grace. If this message speaks to your heart, drop a comment below. Isolation is preparation. Your words help us reach more souls on the same journey. 6. Growth in the dark. She doesn't bloom in sunlight first. She blooms in the dark. Her roots are not nourished by applause, but by pressure, silence, and solitude. When a woman is chosen, her growth begins where no eye can see and no hand can interfere beneath the surface, in sacred stillness. She learns to stretch downward before she ever reaches upward. And the deeper the root, the stronger the rise. You may not know it yet, but this hidden season is divine. The discomfort, the delay, the detours, they're not signs of denial. They're confirmations of destiny. Like a seed pushed deep into the soil, you are not being buried to die. You are being planted to rise. The darkness is not a punishment. It is the preparation. It is where heaven does its most intimate work out of view, out of reach, but never out of purpose. Consider Ruth, who remained faithful in the shadows of grief and poverty. Her loyalty in obscurity prepared her for legacy. Joseph was cast into a pit, stripped of his status, forgotten in prison, and yet it was in that dungeon that his dreams matured. And Moses, hidden in a basket, raised in a palace, exiled to a desert, his leadership was forged in the loneliness of wilderness. None of them were revealed before they were refined. This is how God works with chosen souls. He hides them so he can shape them. Because a public platform cannot hold what hasn't first been privately rooted. If he exposed your gift before you had the spiritual structure to hold it, it would crush you. But in the dark, where no one sees you, he builds your resilience, your discernment, your obedience. What feels like delay is actually the construction of your spiritual infrastructure. And isn't it true? The soil is never glamorous. It's messy, dark, and full of resistance. But the soil is where transformation begins. The caterpillar doesn't become a butterfly on a stage. It dissolves inside a cocoon, hidden, motionless, forgotten by the world. And when it emerges, it no longer crawls. It flies. You are in your cocoon. You are in your soil. And though your hands feel empty, your spirit is being filled. What you think is a setback is a sacred stretch. You are not behind, you are becoming. True growth doesn't need a spotlight. It needs surrender. It needs depth. It needs the willingness to remain planted even when there is no evidence of progress. Because chosen women are not built to bloom fast. They are built to last. They are not grown in popularity, but in presence. And when they finally emerge, the world will not be ready, but heaven will have already approved. So if you feel unseen, remember this: visibility is not the same as value. The world may not recognize the work God is doing in you, but the heavens do. Stay buried, stay faithful, stay rooted. Because growth in the dark is not weakness, it's the ultimate mark of the chosen. To affirm your growth, even when no one is watching, declare your commitment. Comment below, "I'm growing in the dark," to honor your hidden season and encourage others who are quietly becoming stronger too. 7. Unshakable joy in dry places. Despite the storms, the chosen woman radiates a joy that cannot be stolen. It's not a joy based on emotion or fleeting circumstance. It is a sacred stance of defiance, a weapon forged in the fires of her spiritual battles. Her joy is spiritual warfare. When life tries to break her, when grief or betrayal tighten around her like chains, she still finds a way to laugh, not from delusion, but from divine alignment. Like the Proverbs 31 woman, she laughs without fear of the future, not because the future is predictable, but because she knows who walks before her. Her smile in chaos is not weakness. It's evidence of unseen strength, a declaration that despair will not have the final word. This kind of joy doesn't come from surface-level positivity. It is deep, refined, and intentional. It is the fruit of many silent seasons where she learned to find beauty in ashes, grace in loss, and light in the middle of her darkest nights. Her joy is not a mask, it is mastery. She has mastered how to sit in sorrow without drowning in it. She has discovered that joy is not the opposite of pain, it's the power to rise above it. And so, when the enemy comes to steal her peace, he finds a woman too rooted in purpose to be shaken. Joy, for the chosen woman, is rebellion. It is holy resistance against every voice that told her she was too broken, too late, or too far gone. She chooses to celebrate in advance, even when nothing around her looks worth celebrating. Because her joy is prophetic It speaks of a future not yet seen, but deeply believed. She understands that her vibration is her message, and every time she chooses to smile, to speak life, to dance while bleeding, she is declaring that heaven still holds her story. What others call delusion, she calls faith. What others call naive, she calls revelation. She is not pretending life is easy. She simply refuses to let difficulty define her. She knows that joy in dry places is proof of favor, not foolishness. Where others see barrenness, she sees preparation. Where others mourn what's missing, she rejoices in what's coming. Her heart carries a rhythm that the world cannot tune into because it plays a heavenly song, a frequency of hope, praise, and endurance that only the chosen understand. Her joy is her protest. Her peace is her weapon. And her laughter, that's her war cry. It tells the darkness, you did not win. It tells her past, you no longer define me. And it tells her future, I'm coming for you with light in my eyes and praise on my tongue. This woman doesn't just survive storms, she dances in the rain. Not because the rain is pleasant, but because she knows it is watering something sacred within her. Something the world cannot steal. Something the enemy cannot touch. Something called unshakable joy. And remember, these 7 hidden marks are not signs of weakness. They are sacred symbols of divine purpose, resilience, and inner strength. If you've seen yourself reflected in these truths, it's not by accident. You were meant to hear this message. If this video touched your soul or gave you clarity, please take a moment to like, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the next revelation on your journey of awakening. Until next time, stay grounded, stay empowered, and never forget you are chosen for a reason. Awakening made you tired of people. Carl Jung says it's a sign of this deeper shift. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Have you ever wondered why awakening feels so lonely? Why the more conscious you become, the more distant you feel from the world around you? You're not broken, you're evolving. In this video, we'll explore a powerful truth Carl Jung understood deeply. When you outgrow illusions, you often outgrow people too. But this isn't a loss. It's a sacred shift back to your true self. If you felt the exhaustion of pretending, the silence after walking away, or the strange peace that follows it all, you're exactly where you need to be. Comment below and share your experience. Have you felt this shift? And don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss these soul-deep conversations. 1. Carl Jung's concept of individuation explains loneliness. Carl Jung called it individuation, the sacred and often painful journey of becoming who you truly are by releasing who the world conditioned you to be. But no one tells you how raw it feels. It's not a grand revelation filled with light and joy. It's a slow shedding, a quiet unraveling. As the false self dissolves, along with all the identities, roles, and performances you adopted to feel safe, you begin to lose your sense of belonging in the very spaces that once defined you. Relationships shift. The people who once felt like home now feel foreign. You hear their words, but they echo hollow in your chest. You're not angry with them. You're not better than them. You've just stopped betraying your own soul to fit into a life that no longer reflects your truth. That's what nobody prepares you for, the grief that comes with spiritual awakening. Because it's not just about gaining awareness. It's about watching everything that once held you together begin to fall apart. You'll sit among old friends and feel like a stranger. You'll smile because you remember how, not because you feel like it. And all the while, your soul quietly whispers for depth, for truth, for something real. You'll begin to notice that the things you used to brush off now feel unbearable, and the discomfort you used to numb now screams to be heard. But in that discomfort, spiritual wisdom blooms. Carl Jung believed this internal death was not the end, but the beginning proof that your soul is waking up. And when your soul begins to wake up, your entire energy recalibrates. You stop chasing what drains you. You lose interest in empty conversations, approval seeking, and the exhausting need to be understood. It's not arrogance, it's survival. You pull back, not because you've grown cold, but because the noise has become unbearable. Your spirit longs for silence, for honesty, for peace. You begin to realize that solitude is not the same as loneliness. It's where you meet yourself again, where your nervous system, fried from years of pleasing, proving, and performing, finally begins to rest. And in that stillness, you start to remember who you were before the world told you who to be. I once knew a woman who was the life of every room. She was praised for her brightness, her kindness, her ability to carry everyone else's weight. But she told me that every time she left a gathering, she felt emptier than before. So one day, she stopped. She deleted the group chats. She started journaling, meditating, walking alone without her phone. Friends accused her of being distant, cold, and selfish. But in truth, she was simply coming home to herself. She wasn't losing her light. She was reclaiming it. That's what awakening looks like. It's subtle, often invisible to the outside world, but it changes everything. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But that privilege doesn't come without cost. It requires the death of who you are not. It asks you to question everything, your friendships, your values, even your own emotions. Suddenly, the love you once clung to reveals itself as codependency. The laughter you once shared feels like armor. And the life you worked so hard to build no longer fits the soul that's emerging. You don't just mourn people. You mourn versions of yourself. The one who tolerated chaos, who swallowed her truth, who abandoned herself in the name of harmony. You grieve for the years spent sleeping through life, numb and disconnected, chasing validation instead of freedom. And yet, in that grief, there is sacred beauty. Every tear waters the roots of a more authentic existence. Every quiet moment becomes a bridge back to your essence. And as you shed layers, what once felt like loneliness becomes solitude. What once felt like silence becomes sanctuary. What once felt like loss becomes the most honest freedom you've ever known. Spiritual wisdom teaches you to hold the paradox, to feel whole but alone, clear but unseen, heavy but more alive than ever. The ache in your heart is not something to fix. It's space being cleared for something holy. You are being called into higher alignment, toward people who don't drain you, but fill you, toward conversations that don't distract, but heal, toward love that doesn't require a performance, but welcomes your presence. And though the path is narrow, though your heart may ache and your mind may doubt, every step you take toward truth is a step back to your soul. That's the real awakening, not a dream, not a vision, but a deep remembering that who you truly are was never lost, only buried beneath the noise. Comment below. I choose authenticity if you're ready to embrace your individuation journey and let go of who you were told to be. 2. Awakening changes your frequency and creates emotional distance. Spiritual awakening does not begin with fireworks or fanfare. It begins with quiet tension, a discomfort you can't name, a sense that something no longer fits, like a shirt you've worn your whole life that suddenly itches your skin. You sit in a room with familiar faces, hear familiar laughter, but something inside you doesn't rise to meet it anymore. It isn't superiority. It isn't judgment. It's something deeper, a dissonance between your soul and your surroundings. Conversations that once felt like home now feel like foreign languages. You try to stay present, to be who you've always been, but your spirit recoils at the effort. You're not aligned with that old emotional wavelength anymore, and no matter how much you try to squeeze yourself back into that mold, something within resists. It's not rejection of people, it's recognition of self. This recognition isn't loud, but it's powerful. It reveals itself in how your body reacts to surface-level talk. Gossip that used to entertain you now makes your heart sink. Complaints that used to connect you to others now feel like poison in your energy field. You begin to notice the noise, not the volume of people's voices, but the emptiness within their words. People speak, but they say nothing. You listen, but there's no nourishment. You nod politely, but inside, your soul grows restless. It isn't about being better than anyone. It's about being attuned to something deeper, something more real. Your soul is craving truth, depth, resonance, and you can't find that in small talk or social performance. You're starting to see that you were never meant to just fit in. You were meant to wake up. This shift brings with it an emotional distance. It feels like you're drifting, but you're not drifting away from people. You're being called back to yourself. This inward pull is not isolation, it's initiation. You are being stripped of roles, identities, and attachments that no longer serve the truth of who you are. It feels like loss, but it's alignment. The more you step into your truth, the more the world you once knew begins to fall away, not because it's wrong, but because it no longer matches your vibration. Carl Jung wrote, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important." And that's exactly what happens when you start to speak a different emotional language, one that only a few will understand. That language is presence, truth, soul. You begin to notice who depletes your energy and who amplifies your light, who only hears your words and who feels your meaning, who connects to your past and who sees your future. There is a sacred space that opens between who you were and who you're becoming, and at first, it feels like a void. But in truth, it is a sanctuary, a womb between identities, the stillness before the storm of transformation. And even though this space can feel unbearably quiet, unbearably empty, it is in this silence that your soul begins to breathe. You're not falling apart, you're falling inward. And in that falling, you are being reborn. Your nervous system is shedding years of chaos disguised as connection. Your spirit is learning that peace is not something you have to earn through performance. It is your natural state. You no longer chase love that makes you question your worth. You no longer tolerate relationships that demand you shrink to be accepted. This is not bitterness. This is clarity. You're no longer available for anything that disturbs your frequency. You are no longer at the mercy of environments that force you to betray your truth for the sake of fitting in. You are not retreating from the world. You are simply redefining the terms under which you allow the world to enter your life. Let the silence linger. Let the distance stretch. Let loneliness refine you. Because every disconnection is a sacred invitation to reconnect with yourself, with your soul, with truth. You are not breaking down. You are breaking through. You are not alone. You are alone with purpose. You are shedding illusions, removing noise, and preparing for the rare kind of connection that honors who you truly are. One day, the people who meet you will not meet the mask. They will meet your frequency. They will not respond to your words. They will respond to your presence. They will not reflect who you were. They will mirror who you've become. And until that moment arrives, honor the distance. It is not a punishment. It is your awakening. Have you ever noticed your relationship shifting after a spiritual awakening? If so, share your experience in the comments. Your story might help someone feel less alone. And if you're still navigating that emotional distance, comment below. I'm learning to honor my new frequency to affirm your journey. Let's grow together in this space of truth and transformation. 3. The real drain is not people. It's pretending to be someone you're not. You're not tired because the world is unkind. You're tired because your spiritual essence is no longer willing to be edited just to fit in. There comes a point in every awakening journey when your soul refuses to keep playing the role it never auditioned for. You've spent years being agreeable, staying quiet to avoid conflict, shaping yourself into someone digestible so others could be comfortable. You've laughed at jokes that made your spirit wince, nodded in conversations that didn't align with your truth, smiled when all you really wanted was space to breathe. This kind of exhaustion doesn't come from social burnout. It comes from spiritual betrayal. It's the fatigue of constantly choosing peace on the outside while there's a war inside. You're not withdrawing from people because you dislike them. You're stepping back because you finally started listening to the deeper voice within the one that's been whispering, "This isn't who you are." Carl Jung once said that individuation is the process by which a person becomes a psychological individual, that is, a separate, indivisible unity, or whole. That process, though beautiful in theory, is brutal in practice. It's the collapse of false identities, the crumbling of old patterns, the slow peeling away of the masks you wore to feel accepted. The pain isn't in the change, it's in the resistance to it. Your nervous system, long trained to seek safety through validation, now rebels when you choose truth over performance. You feel the tension in your body when someone expects the old version of you, the one who always said yes, who always showed up, who kept the peace at any cost. But your spirit has evolved. It has grown beyond those survival strategies. And with that growth comes discomfort. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're finally doing what's right for you. It's confusing at first. You cancel plans, and the guilt creeps in. You say no, and your mind races with imaginary explanations. You choose stillness over stimulation, and suddenly the silence feels deafening. But that silence is sacred. That loneliness is not a void. It's clarity. You're no longer leaking your energy into performances that feed others, but starve you. You're no longer giving fragments of yourself away, just to earn a seat at tables you don't even want to be at. What's falling away isn't connection, it's codependency. What's dissolving isn't love, it's attachment based on roles you were never meant to play. And yes, people will be confused. They've built expectations around the character you used to play, not the person you actually are. But you owe them no explanation for your healing. Every time you choose solitude over social obligation, every time you speak your truth instead of pleasing the room, every time you prioritize your inner peace over outer appearance, you reclaim a piece of your soul. Jung also said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And that's exactly what you're doing. You're meeting yourself beyond the masks, beyond the noise, beyond the performance. This isn't about being antisocial. It's about becoming whole. You're not tired of people. You're tired of hiding. Tired of translating your soul into language that others can tolerate. Tired of bending to fit molds you've outgrown. And in that sacred tiredness, something new begins. A deeper spiritual rhythm. A life built not on performance, but on presence. A way of being that no longer drains, but restores. If this message speaks to your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Have you ever felt drained not by people, but by the pressure to be someone you're not? Let's talk about it below and continue uncovering what it really means to live in your truth. 4. Shadow work deepens self-awareness and sensitivity. Shadow work is not some mystical theory reserved for spiritual elitists. It is the raw, unfiltered reality of what happens when your soul begins to awaken. It doesn't come gently. It comes like a storm, ripping through everything you thought you knew about yourself. Suddenly, you're not just expanding into light. You're being dragged into the corners you spent years avoiding. The shadow isn't made of evil. It's made of everything you were told to hide. Your rage, your shame, your guilt, your unmet needs, your tears behind closed doors. As the layers peel back, you realize that what you thought was your personality was actually your protection. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." That's exactly what's unfolding. You're not just waking up. You're remembering who you were before the world told you to forget. As you begin to walk this path, a strange thing happens. You start to feel everything. Not just your emotions, but everyone else's too. You sit across from someone, and you hear their words, but your soul picks up something else entirely. You hear joy, but feel fear. You see a smile, but sense anxiety. You listen to complaints, but underneath it all, you feel a hunger for love, for peace, for understanding. You're not becoming sensitive, you're becoming honest. This level of awareness is a side effect of spiritual depth. The more you see through your own mask, the more clearly you see through everyone else's. And that's when the exhaustion begins. The parties feel shallow. The small talk feels like static. The crowds feel like poison. It's not social anxiety. It's soul recognition. Your spirit is no longer interested in noise. It's craving nourishment. You've outgrown surfaces and begun craving the ocean floor. You sit in a room full of people, but feel completely alone, not because you lack connection, but because your soul refuses to settle for anything fake. You begin walking away, not because you're cold, but because your nervous system demands stillness. You no longer have the energy to pretend, to perform, to please. You crave solitude like medicine. You begin saying no without guilt. You choose silence over chaos, truth over acceptance, discomfort over betrayal. And that's not pride, it's spiritual clarity. This is the soul reclaiming its power. You're not trying to escape others, you're trying to return to yourself. Shadow integration doesn't mean becoming flawless. It means facing your flaws without shame. You stop blaming. You stop outsourcing your worth. You look your wounds in the face and hold them like lost children returning home. You understand your triggers, not to suppress them, but to learn from them. Every time you're hurt, you lean in rather than lash out. Every time you're misunderstood, you speak less and listen more. You're learning that healing isn't loud, it's sacred. And this inner transformation unlocks something even more profound: compassion. You no longer look at people and see enemies or irritants. You see survival. You see fear masquerading as arrogance, wounds dressed up as ego. You see how people hide not to deceive, but to endure. And your heart opens. You no longer take things personally because you realize that very little was ever about you. You begin to soften, not out of weakness, but out of wisdom. Even the ones who hurt you become mirrors, not to reflect your pain, but to reveal your power. You realize that every soul is fighting its own battle, and most of them are fighting blind. And somehow, knowing that makes you kinder. Your awakening stops being a personal achievement and becomes a quiet revolution. Your soul no longer wants to dominate, it wants to liberate. And so, you move through the world, less reactive, more rooted, less attached, more aware. This is what transformation feels like, not glamorous, not easy, but deeply real. Because in a world addicted to performance, your authenticity becomes your rebellion. And the soul, once silenced, finally begins to sing. Do you feel your sensitivity growing as your self-awareness deepens? Shadow work is not weakness, it's courage. If you recognize this transformation within yourself, affirm it in the comments below. I embrace my shadow and grow in truth. 5. Your nervous system is evolving alongside your consciousness. Awakening isn't just something that happens in your mind. It's not just about new thoughts or spiritual beliefs. It runs deeper than that into your nervous system, your physical body, and your energetic field. As your consciousness rises, your body begins to respond. You start to notice how certain environments make you tense, how your heart races in rooms filled with noise or surface-level chatter, and how exhausted you feel after even small conversations. This is not a weakness or social anxiety. This is your nervous system evolving to meet the sensitivity of your expanding awareness. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And that pain often manifests physically before your mind can make sense of it. Your system is becoming more attuned to energy, to frequency, to authenticity. What once felt normal, gossip, chaos, meaningless busyness, now feels unbearable. Not because you're superior or judgmental, but because you're no longer aligned with it. The people and places that don't match your new vibration feel heavy. You're not becoming distant, you're becoming precise. This shift in sensitivity can be confusing at first. It often feels like loneliness, like you're pulling away from everything you once knew. But in reality, your body is trying to protect you from overstimulation as it learns to operate in a higher state of consciousness. Your nervous system is shedding years, maybe even decades, of noise and conditioning. And just like muscles after a workout, it needs time to rest and adjust. There's a woman named Elena who used to be deeply social, always surrounded by people. After a retreat that awakened something within her, she came back home and felt like a stranger in her own life. Her usual routines exhausted her. Her friends' conversations felt shallow. She tried to force herself to engage like she used to, but her body resisted. Eventually, she stopped resisting too. She started honoring her new rhythm, and in that silence, she found herself again. Carl Jung's teachings on individuation remind us that becoming whole means breaking away from what is false. And sometimes, what is false isn't just a mask we wear, it's the energy we've tolerated. It's the relationships we've outgrown. It's the noise we once called normal. So when your nervous system begins to reject what you used to accept, it's not regression. It's refinement. It's your soul making space for truth. Your sensitivity is not a flaw. It's a compass. It tells you when something feels off, even if you can't explain it. It guides you away from the loud and shallow, toward the deep and real. And as you keep honoring that truth, even when it makes you tired, even when it makes you lonely, you're building a kind of strength that the world rarely sees. Energetic integrity. This process of awakening through the body is sacred. It requires grace, patience, and trust. Your nervous system is not betraying you. It's guiding you toward peace, toward clarity, toward a life that no longer drains you, but nourishes you. If this message resonates with your journey, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and tap the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Your nervous system is evolving for your highest good. Comment below, I am aligning with my new energetic self. To affirm your transformation and inspire others on the same path. 6. You begin attracting more authentic, energetically aligned relationships. As you begin to heal, there's an invisible shift that starts within you, one that doesn't announce itself loudly, but changes everything about the way you relate to the world. You no longer feel the urge to prove your worth, impress others, or win the approval of people who were never truly available to receive the real you. Something deep inside the soul starts to rise above the noise of the ego. The masks you once wore begin to feel suffocating, and instead of trying to entertain others or belong at any cost, you find yourself craving authenticity, craving stillness, craving something that speaks to the core of your being rather than to your insecurities. This is not weakness. This is power. This is the sacred turning point of spiritual awakening, when your energy field begins to refine itself and silently filters out anything or anyone that only existed to feed your need for external validation. Without even trying, your presence becomes more honest, and in that honesty, you become more powerful. But this transition does not come without discomfort. When you stop performing, the dynamic changes. Certain people start to drift away, not because you've become distant, but because the bond was never built on truth, only on the version of you they were comfortable with. When that performance ends, the illusion collapses. It's in these moments that solitude makes its entrance not as punishment, but as divine preparation. You may find yourself surrounded by silence, but that silence is not emptiness. It is sacred ground. It is where you begin to hear the whispers of your soul more clearly than the fears that once guided your decisions. In this space, you begin to discern the difference between loneliness and alignment. You recognize that being alone doesn't mean being disconnected. It means being connected to what's real, what's eternal, and what has always been within you. Jung's wisdom reminds us that true loneliness comes not from solitude, but from the inability to speak your soul's language with those around you. And now, you're refusing to speak in betrayal of yourself. As this sacred silence stretches, your energy begins to broadcast a new frequency. No longer do you emit fear, desperation, or the longing to be seen. Instead, you radiate calm, sovereignty, and completeness. And when you carry that kind of soul-level wholeness, you don't need to chase anything that's meant for you, is drawn to you naturally. Invitations may stop coming. Texts may go unanswered. But your soul, wise beyond the mind, knows this is the clearing. This is the sacred pruning before the blossoming. It's the quiet before a deeper connection blooms, not a louder one, but a more aligned one. A soul-to-soul resonance that cannot be forced or faked. What follows is not popularity, but truth. What comes next is not noise, but depth. Real connection arrives like a quiet sunrise. It doesn't need to announce itself because its presence is undeniable. The people who appear after this recalibration feel different. There's a peacefulness in their presence, a clarity in their words, a gentle recognition that does not drain you, but restores you. You don't have to shrink, dim your light, or translate yourself into a language that distorts your soul. These new relationships are not based on performance, but presence. They don't need you to impress, entertain, or wear a mask. They simply hold space for you to be. You feel safe, not because they rescue you, but because they mirror back the strength, the healing, and the wholeness you fought to reclaim. This is what spiritual wisdom looks like in motion, not just a concept, but a lived experience where your healed self becomes the compass for your new reality. And so you allow the process to unfold. You stop running back to what wounded you, no matter how familiar it feels. You no longer fill the void with distractions or noise. You surrender to the silence and trust that your soul is doing the work. You are no longer attracting people to fill your emptiness. You are drawing in reflections of your light. You understand that this is not a loss, but a liberation. It is not the end, but the sacred beginning. The beginning of something true. The beginning of relationships that honor the real you. The beginning of a life where the soul finally leads, and everything that arrives is not just seen, but deeply felt. If this message speaks to your soul, take a deep breath and declare it now. I am ready for aligned, soul-nourishing connections. I trust what is meant for me will find me. 7. True awakening means wholeness, not superiority. Spiritual awakening is not about becoming superior to others. It's about becoming whole within yourself. The real journey begins when you stop trying to escape your pain and start embracing it as part of your story. Your spiritual path is not meant to make you feel above anyone else. That feeling of being more conscious, more aware, or more enlightened than others is not true wisdom. It's the trap of the spiritual ego. And the ego doesn't disappear just because you meditate or say affirmations. It simply puts on a new mask, often a holier one. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That means the parts of you that you've ignored, rejected, or tried to spiritually bypass, the shame, the guilt, the inner child still grieving, these are not blocks to awakening. They are the doorway. The real transformation happens not when you rise above your humanity, but when you integrate it. You stop chasing the idea of perfection and start honoring your wounds as sacred. When you come into wholeness, your energy becomes stable. You no longer feel the need to prove anything. You are no longer triggered by people who don't get it, because you realize they're walking their own path, just like you once did. You don't need to control outcomes or convince anyone to change. Instead, your peace speaks for itself. You begin to attract people not through effort, but through presence, not through status, but through sincerity. You also begin to see that the roles you once played, the people pleaser, the overachiever, the fixer, were survival tactics, not your truth. The more you awaken, the less interested you become in playing those roles. You stop reacting from old wounds and start responding from clarity. Conversations that once excited you now feel empty. Environments that once felt like home now feel misaligned. And it's not because you're better than others. It's because you're no longer abandoning yourself to belong. This shift isn't loud. It doesn't look dramatic. It's subtle. You find yourself sitting in silence more. You feel less urgency to be understood. You're not running away from the world, but you're no longer ruled by it either. You become rooted in something deeper, your own essence. And from this grounded state, you emit a calm, loving, magnetic energy. Some will be drawn to it. Others will misunderstand it. But you no longer take it personally. You've stopped living to be received. You're living to be real. Wholeness is when your inner child, your present self, and your higher self are all sitting at the same table, finally seen, finally heard, finally loved. You are not fragmented. You are not pretending. You are simply being. And in that being, there is power. A quiet, unshakable power. Not because you have risen above the world, but because you have descended into the depths of your own soul and found peace even there. That is the essence of true spiritual awakening. To affirm your dedication to true awakening, declare your commitment to inner wholeness, not superiority. Comment below. I choose wholeness over ego. To honor your journey and inspire others to walk this path with humility, compassion, and truth. And maybe that's the part no one tells you, that awakening doesn't always feel like light and love at first. Sometimes it feels like distance, like silence, like pulling away from the noise so you can finally hear your own soul. But this shift isn't disconnection, it's realignment. You're not losing people, you're finding yourself. If this message spoke to something deep within you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who may need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Tap the notification bell so you never miss a moment of truth, healing, and awakening. Your journey is sacred, and we're honored to walk it with you. 7 things spiritually awakened people quickly quit. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like certain habits or patterns were quietly holding you back? Spiritually awakened people don't just grow, they shed. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we're diving into 7 powerful things that awakened souls instinctively let go of on their journey to deeper peace, purpose, and inner power. These aren't just spiritual ideas. They are life-changing choices that anyone can apply. Which of these have you already released from your life? Let us know in the comments, and if something resonates with you, don't forget to share this with someone on the same path. Let's grow together. 1. Toxic relationships. In the path of spiritual awakening, an essential milestone is learning to recognize and step away from toxic relationships. Picture yourself on a journey towards inner peace and self-improvement, yet you encounter people who continually drain your energy and bring unnecessary turmoil into your life. In Stoicism, there is a strong emphasis on controlling our reactions and maintaining tranquility, regardless of external influences. This mindset is especially useful when dealing with toxic individuals. Toxic relationships involve people who consistently project negativity into our lives. They may be friends, family members, or colleagues who thrive on conflict or subtly erode our confidence and hinder our personal development. These types of connections can seriously affect our mental and emotional well-being. Much like trying to build on unstable ground, no matter how hard you try, the foundation remains weak. Consider the case of Sarah, a young professional focused on advancing her career. She has a colleague, Lisa, who constantly criticizes her work and fosters a hostile office environment. Sarah initially attempts to overlook Lisa's behavior, hoping it will improve. However, as the negativity persists, Sarah begins to feel overwhelmed and demotivated, impacting both her performance and peace of mind. It isn't until Sarah acknowledges the detrimental effects of this toxic dynamic and establishes boundaries that she regains her sense of balance and clarity. Reflect on your own relationships and encounters. Are there individuals who leave you feeling depleted or undervalued? Identifying these toxic influences is not about casting blame, but protecting your own well-being. By creating distance from such relationships, you not only safeguard your peace, but also open the door to healthier, more supportive connections that align with your spiritual awakening. Breaking free from toxic relationships can be challenging, but it's a crucial step in fostering your spiritual growth. It requires both bravery and self-awareness to recognize when a relationship no longer aligns with your best interests. Keep in mind, setting boundaries isn't about cutting people off abruptly. It's about making decisions that nurture your inner peace and well-being. If this resonates with you, let me know by commenting "Awakened" below. Your engagement helps us explore more aspects of spiritual growth and empowerment together. By addressing toxic relationships, you clear the path for a more peaceful and fulfilling life. This step not only enhances your spiritual awakening, but also mirrors the Stoic philosophy of focusing on your own responses and maintaining inner calm. Embrace the process of identifying and moving away from negativity as a vital part of your personal and spiritual evolution. 2. Ego-driven desires. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in the race for material success, recognition, and external validation. However, as you embark on a spiritual journey, it becomes evident that these pursuits, often driven by ego, tend to feel shallow and short-lived. Spiritual awakening urges you to shift your focus away from seeking approval from others and instead cultivate inner virtues and a sense of purpose. This transformation means valuing your character and personal growth over chasing surface-level accomplishments. Imagine someone who's always striving for promotions, likes on social media, and the admiration of others. While each milestone might offer a fleeting sense of achievement, the satisfaction quickly fades. In contrast, those on a path of spiritual awakening find lasting fulfillment by focusing on their inner development. This shift is similar to the teachings of Stoicism, where virtues such as wisdom and integrity take precedence over the pursuit of status and recognition. As you let go of these ego-driven desires, you begin to align more with your authentic self, making it easier to navigate difficult relationships, like those involving narcissistic personalities. Consider a modern example: a high-powered executive who's always chasing after more influence and recognition. They may have the prestigious job title and an enviable salary, yet they feel an underlying sense of emptiness. On the other hand, someone who prioritizes self-awareness and personal growth may live a simpler life, but experiences deeper, more lasting satisfaction. This change in mindset isn't about giving up ambition, but rather about redirecting it. By focusing on values like compassion, honesty, and humility, you come to realize that true happiness and contentment are found within, not from external achievements. As you reflect on your own journey, ask yourself, are your current goals driven by a need for external validation or a true sense of purpose? This reflection can help you identify where you might be prioritizing temporary desires over long-lasting values. The key takeaway here is to redirect your focus from seeking approval to fostering inner virtues. By embracing this change, you enrich your own life and improve your relationships, even with those who may not have your best interests at heart. Start this journey towards spiritual growth, and you'll find greater fulfillment and balance in life. If this message resonates with you, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications. Join our community as we dive deeper into aligning with our true selves and finding meaning from within. 3. The need for control. One of the key insights on the journey to spiritual awakening is the release of the need to control. In today's fast-paced world, where unpredictability and chaos often dominate, many find themselves clinging tightly to control as a way of managing stress and uncertainty. This desire to micromanage every situation and influence the actions of others can lead to a great deal of frustration and exhaustion. Ancient philosophies like Stoicism offer a timeless perspective on this challenge. They suggest that real freedom and peace come from accepting what lies beyond our control and focusing on what we can, primarily our own thoughts, emotions, and actions. Spiritually awakened individuals internalize this wisdom by surrendering their efforts to control external events or the behavior of others. Instead, they shift their focus inward, working to refine their responses to life's inevitable challenges and uncertainties. This doesn't mean they become passive or disengaged. Rather, it reflects a deep alignment with the natural rhythms of life, embracing its uncertainties with grace. By channeling their energy into self-awareness and self-mastery, they cultivate a sense of peace and resilience that transforms how they move through the world. In the context of our modern existence, this approach holds immense value. The relentless pursuit of control, whether in our careers or relationships, often leaves us feeling drained and disconnected. By loosening our grip on the need for control, we create space for more authentic connections and a richer, more meaningful experience of life. This shift also nurtures greater empathy and understanding, as it allows us to see beyond our own desires for certainty and embrace the unpredictable beauty of life. Adopting this mindset not only enhances personal tranquility, but also improves how we relate to others. It fosters a sense of openness and flexibility that makes navigating life's challenges less burdensome. When we release the constant urge to control, we step into a more spiritually aligned and harmonious existence. Are you ready to release the need for control and invite more peace and fulfillment into your life? If so, comment, "I am open to acceptance," and join this journey of transformation. Let's embrace the flow of life and discover inner peace together. 4. Fear of change. Letting go of the fear of change is essential for anyone seeking spiritual growth. Change can be intimidating, but for those on a path of spiritual awakening, learning to accept and flow with it is crucial. Drawing inspiration from Stoicism, which teaches that change is a natural and unavoidable part of existence, we come to realize that embracing change brings peace and emotional strength. In today's fast-paced world, resisting change often leads to stress, frustration, and unnecessary conflict, particularly when interacting with difficult people. However, by shifting our mindset and seeing change as an opportunity for growth, we can remain calm and grounded no matter what life throws our way. This shift in perspective not only improves personal relationships, but also paves the way for new experiences and opportunities. In the modern world, change is not just inevitable, but constant. Whether it's a new chapter in your career, shifts in relationships, or the uncertainty of daily life, those who embrace change can navigate transitions with greater ease and resilience. Stoic philosophy reminds us that while we cannot control everything around us, we can control how we respond. By focusing on the areas of life we can influence and letting go of what we cannot, we create a foundation of inner stability and purpose. This mindset is especially useful in today's unpredictable environments. Rather than clinging to old habits or fearing new challenges, spiritually awakened people see change as a path to personal growth and transformation. Additionally, recognizing that change is a natural part of life helps us deal more effectively with difficult situations and people. Instead of reacting with frustration or fear, a spiritually awakened person approaches these challenges with calm and adaptability. This outlook not only strengthens personal relationships, but also deepens self-awareness and emotional resilience. When we accept change with an open heart, we can move through life's ups and downs more gracefully, leading to a richer, more spiritually aligned existence. To conclude, the journey of spiritual awakening requires us to release fear and welcome change as an essential element of growth. By embracing the wisdom of Stoicism in our daily lives, we can transform how we face challenges and interact with the world, leading to a more balanced and enlightened way of being. Remember, change is not an obstacle, but a gift, an opportunity for self-development and spiritual evolution. Are you ready to embrace this shift and unlock your potential? If you're committed to welcoming change and leaving fear behind, drop an "I embrace change" in the comments. Join us on this path to spiritual growth and learn to face life's transitions with grace and strength. 5. Negative self-talk. Let's explore a crucial aspect of spiritual awakening: breaking free from negative self-talk. As you embark on your path of manifestation, it becomes vital to understand how your internal dialogue shapes your reality. Have you ever caught yourself thinking, "I'm not capable," or "This is too hard for me"? These aren't just fleeting thoughts. They form the foundation of your beliefs, influencing your actions and, in turn, your ability to manifest what you truly desire. As Buddha wisely stated, the mind is everything. What you think, you become. Transforming these negative dialogues into positive affirmations is the key to unlocking your highest potential. Think of your mind as fertile soil. Each thought you entertain acts as a seed that takes root. Negative self-talk plants seeds of doubt and limitation, while positive affirmations cultivate growth, opportunity, and self-belief. By consistently replacing critical thoughts with empowering statements like, "I am strong," or "I am worthy of success," you shift the narrative of your inner world. Over time, this practice aligns you with a mindset of abundance, making space for your goals to materialize. This process aligns closely with Stoic philosophy, which encourages mastering one's inner world. Just as the Stoics believed in controlling their responses and emotions, you too can train your mind to foster positivity and self-belief. Ask yourself, how often do you find your thoughts filled with self-doubt or insecurity? These thoughts aren't merely words, but are potent forces that shape your experience of the world. As Wayne Dyer wisely noted, you cannot control your life if you allow your mind to control you. By deliberately replacing negative thoughts with affirmations, you recondition your mind to support your journey of manifestation. This transformation takes time, but through consistent practice, it becomes second nature, leading to more effective manifestations. Consider how a child learns to ride a bike. They may fall countless times, but with persistence, they eventually succeed. In the same way, replacing negative self-talk with positive affirmations requires time and commitment. It's a process of retraining your brain to default to thoughts that support your goals. With practice, your mind will naturally align with opportunities instead of obstacles, and you'll begin to see the path to your desires open up before you. Marianne Williamson said it best, "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure." By silencing your inner critic and amplifying positive affirmations, you unlock your true power and set the stage for your manifestations to come to life. So how do you begin this shift today? Start by becoming mindful of your self-talk. Affirm to yourself, "I am rising above all negativity." When you notice a negative thought creeping in, consciously replace it with a positive one. For instance, if you catch yourself thinking, "I always fail," transform it into, "I am learning and growing with each experience." Keep a journal of your affirmations and review them regularly to reinforce this mindset. Over time, positive self-talk will become your natural habit, empowering your journey of manifestation and bringing you closer to your goals. Remember, the road to spiritual awakening and manifestation begins within. By recognizing and transforming negative self-talk, you attune yourself to the positive energy necessary to create the life you desire. As you embrace this inner transformation, you'll discover a stronger, more confident version of yourself, ready to attract abundance and joy. Are you prepared to fill your mind with positivity and watch your manifestations unfold? The power to create the life you envision is already within you. Welcome it with faith and conviction. 6. Societal expectations. The next shift that spiritually awakened individuals undergo is the decision to break free from societal expectations. In a world where success is often measured by status, wealth, and external accomplishments, spiritually aligned people choose to prioritize their inner values over these external standards. They realize that true satisfaction comes not from conforming to what society deems successful, but from living authentically and faithfully to their core beliefs and purpose. For example, while the world may praise high-paying jobs or the latest technological gadgets, spiritually awakened people find deeper satisfaction in pursuing a path that aligns with their values, even if it challenges conventional norms. Another important shift involves releasing the need for external validation. In today's digital age, where likes, shares, and followers can determine a person's self-worth, the pressure to be approved can be overwhelming. Spiritually awakened individuals realize that their worth comes from within, not from the opinions of others. This realization fosters a strong sense of self, rooted in confidence and inner peace, rather than the pursuit of validation from external sources. A significant shift also occurs in how spiritually awakened individuals view comparison and competition. In a society that often measures success by how we compare ourselves to others, whether it's in our careers or personal achievements, breaking free from this way of thinking is liberating. Spiritually awakened individuals embrace their own unique journey, releasing the stress of constantly competing with others and cultivating a sense of fulfillment and peace with their own progress. Furthermore, those on the spiritual path will move away from materialism. In modern culture, success is often seen as the accumulation of wealth and possessions, but spiritual awakening teaches that true abundance comes from meaningful experiences, personal growth, and nurturing relationships. This shift allows spiritually awakened individuals to focus on what truly enriches their lives, rather than being consumed by the pursuit of material wealth. Re-evaluating relationships is another important shift for those undergoing spiritual growth. This process often involves evaluating which relationships support their growth and which relationships drain their energy. Letting go of relationships that no longer serve their spiritual path allows them to cultivate an environment filled with uplifting, supportive people who encourage their personal growth. Mindfulness and self-care also become a priority. In a fast-paced society that often glorifies constant activity and neglects the importance of well-being, spiritually awakened individuals recognize the need to prioritize activities like meditation, reflection, and self-care. By focusing on their mental and emotional health, they find more balance and live with more purpose and clarity. Ultimately, the fear of failure or the unknown begins to fade. Spiritual awakening inspires a sense of confidence and courage, encouraging people to face their fears instead of letting them control their decisions. By embracing uncertainty and stepping out of their comfort zone, spiritually awakened individuals open themselves up to new growth and opportunities. Ultimately, spiritual awakening is about releasing societal expectations and choosing a path that aligns with personal values and inner truth. By letting go of the need for validation, comparison, materialism, and fear, people can live more authentic and fulfilling lives. As you continue on your spiritual journey, reflect on how these changes can help you deepen your connection to yourself and your purpose. If these ideas resonate with you, leave a comment saying, "I am ready to live authentically," to declare your commitment to breaking free from societal norms and living a life that reflects your true self. 7. Material obsession. Many individuals, upon experiencing spiritual awakening, quickly come to the realization that their preoccupation with material wealth and possessions no longer serves their higher purpose. It's not simply about letting go of physical items. It's about embracing a deeper understanding of what truly holds value in life. As Buddha insightfully remarked, attachment is the root of suffering. By releasing the attachment to material goods, you align yourself more closely with the Stoic idea of focusing on what genuinely matters. This shift allows you to face life's challenges with greater calm and perspective, knowing that your worth is not determined by what you own, but by who you are and the intentions you bring to the world. Consider how much energy you invest in acquiring the latest phone, car, or designer clothing. Does this constant pursuit of more add to your peace of mind? Or does it drain your ability to focus on deeper, more meaningful goals? By shifting your attention from accumulating material possessions to fostering inner growth and spiritual enrichment, you open yourself to a life that is more fulfilling and aligned with your true self. Letting go of this fixation creates space for richer experiences and more authentic connections, nurturing both your personal journey and your overall well-being. This idea ties back to the law of attraction, which suggests that what we focus on expands. When you're consumed by the need for material things, you're projecting an energy that craves external validation. On the other hand, when you prioritize inner development and the manifestation of your true desires, you harmonize with a more balanced and satisfying energy. It's about finding joy in the present moment rather than endlessly seeking something outside of yourself. Steve Jobs once said, "The only way to do great work is to love what you do." This principle applies to life as a whole. True fulfillment comes not from what we acquire, but from what we love and value in our lives. Are you ready to explore how freeing yourself from material obsession can elevate your life and align you with your highest potential? If so, comment, "I'm embracing my inner growth," as a commitment to this transformative journey. Let's walk this path together and align ourselves with our true purpose. Reflect on what truly brings joy and fulfillment, and ask yourself if your attachment to material things is preventing you from reaching your full potential. This journey requires acknowledging that your worth is not determined by what you have, but by the energy and intentions you put into the world. As you move forward, remember that growth is a process, not a destination. Allow yourself the freedom to evolve and trust that by releasing material concerns, you will invite more meaningful experiences and deeper connections into your life. When you focus on personal development and the manifestation of your true desires, you not only transform your own life, but also positively impact those around you. The change you seek starts from within, and as you align your actions with your deepest values, you'll find that the universe responds in powerful ways. In this video, we explored 7 key shifts that spiritually awakened people quickly embrace, such as letting go of toxic relationships, releasing the need for control, and moving away from ego-driven desires. These transformations lead to a more peaceful and authentic life, where inner growth takes precedence over societal pressures and material obsessions. As you reflect on these insights, consider how you can apply them to your daily life to foster personal growth and happiness. Which of these changes resonates most with you? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us at Spiritual Wisdom for more transformative content on your spiritual journey. Why strong souls are born into toxic families, Carl Jung's view on trauma and spiritual wisdom. Out of suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seared with scars. Khalil Gibran. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. In today's video, we explore a profound truth. The strongest souls are often born into the most painful families, not as punishment, but as preparation. Drawing from Carl Jung's insights into trauma and spiritual awakening, we'll uncover how your early chaos may have been the crucible that shaped your purpose. This isn't just philosophy, it's a map for healing, for growth, and for stepping fully into your spiritual power. As you listen, ask yourself, how has your pain shaped your strength? Comment below and share your journey. Your story might inspire someone else to reclaim their light. 1. Pain as preparation, not punishment. Your difficult family isn't a punishment, it's a proving ground. It's not a cosmic mistake or some cruel twist of fate. It's the very place your soul chose to awaken, not to survive, but to transform. Carl Jung believed that every person has a deep inner drive toward individuation, the process of becoming whole, of discovering who we truly are beneath the conditioning and chaos. For strong souls, this journey often begins not in peace, but in dysfunction. When you are born into a toxic family, your soul enters a battlefield disguised as a home. And while others may crumble under the weight of criticism, rejection, and silence, you are different. You're not here to conform. You're here to break patterns that have lasted generations. Pain was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to carve you open so something greater could emerge. The betrayals, the emotional neglect, the pressure to be someone you're not, these weren't there to erase you. They were there to strip away the illusions, to awaken your inner compass, to sharpen your awareness of what is real. These experiences act as a spiritual furnace, burning away false identities and inherited dysfunctions so the soul can take shape in its raw, authentic form. When you're told you're too sensitive, too emotional, too different, it's not because you're weak. It's because your sensitivity is your spiritual radar. It's what allows you to detect what others ignore. It's what makes you capable of changing the trajectory of an entire bloodline. Men who have walked through fire do not come out the same. They either become bitter or they become builders. And when you choose to become a builder, when you take your pain and use it as the foundation for wisdom, empathy, and strength, you transcend the legacy of brokenness you were born into. The soul that is able to witness chaos without becoming it, to observe dysfunction without repeating it, is not only strong, it's sovereign. Jung believed that the shadow of the hidden parts of ourselves must be faced for us to become whole. And often, that shadow first shows itself through the reflection of our own family. The father who never showed up, the mother who couldn't see us, the siblings who turned cold. These aren't just stories, they're mirrors. They reflect the parts of ourselves we must reclaim, the wounds we must tend, and the truths we must stand in. This is why strong souls are born into toxic families, not because they deserve pain, but because they are spiritually equipped to turn that pain into purpose. They are not meant to blend in. They are meant to awaken. They're not here to carry on the legacy of dysfunction. They're here to end it. Through awareness, through courage, through the relentless pursuit of inner truth, they rise not in spite of where they came from, but because of it. Have you ever seen your pain as preparation rather than punishment? If so, share how it shaped your growth in the comments so others can be inspired. If not, comment, "I'm ready to grow," to affirm your journey toward becoming your truest self. 2. Chaos as the birthplace of growth. Comfort doesn't forge strength. Chaos does. And for many strong souls, their earliest memories are shaped not by safety, but by spiritual initiation disguised as dysfunction. Toxic families, far from being accidental, serve as crucibles where your inner fire is lit. In the absence of nurturing love, you are forced to search beyond the material world for answers. You seek connection not in what is spoken, but in what is felt. When love is withheld, the soul begins to hunger not for approval, but for truth. This hunger, painful as it may be, pushes you toward your spiritual path long before you even understand what a spiritual journey is. Carl Jung believed that the process of individuation, the path to becoming your most whole, authentic self, often begins in darkness. And there is no darker place for a child than a home where their light is dimmed, ignored, or punished. Yet this darkness is not the end. It's the beginning of a deeper kind of becoming. Growing up misunderstood, criticized, or emotionally neglected teaches you to sense energies rather than rely on words. You develop the ability to read the invisible tension in a room, the unsaid emotion behind a smile. What once made you feel like a burden becomes your greatest spiritual gift: sensitivity. That sensitivity isn't weakness, it's your compass. It helps you see what others cannot and feel what others deny. And when that compass is aligned with healing and self-awareness, it becomes a force of transformation. You are not merely reacting to life, you are decoding it. The chaos you survived becomes your map, and your soul begins to guide others using the terrain you once feared. You become the source of wisdom, the mirror of truth, and the voice of clarity for those still trapped in cycles you've already broken. What once felt like abandonment by the world becomes evidence that you are being chosen by something higher, called to awaken, to rise, and to embody a deeper truth. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and that privilege is rarely found in comfort. It is revealed through trial, sculpted through heartbreak, and earned through 1,000 silent acts of courage. Your toxic family wasn't your soul's punishment. It was its training ground. Every rejection became a redirection. Every wound became an opening. Every silence taught you to hear your inner voice louder. And in those private battles, you were becoming something sacred. You were building a spiritual foundation that no one could see, but one day everyone would feel. Because strong souls are not made in safe places. They are born into the fire to learn how to carry light. And the ones who carry light despite never being given any are the ones who change the world from the inside out. Comment below, I grow through chaos. If you're ready to turn your pain into power and let your soul rise above the noise. 3. Toxic families as spiritual sharpeners. Toxic families aren't where your spiritual gifts begin, but they are the crucibles where those gifts are sharpened into power. Manipulation doesn't create your intuition, but it forces you to develop it. Rejection doesn't generate self-worth, but it pushes you to seek it inwardly. Devaluation doesn't give you strength, but surviving it does. When you grew up in emotional unpredictability, in environments where love felt conditional and approval was earned through silence or obedience, you were pushed toward a divine connection, toward something beyond the chaos. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And sometimes that becoming begins in darkness. Spiritual evolution rarely begins in comfort. It begins where your soul is forced to awaken because everything around you feels unsafe, inauthentic, or cold. Your spiritual gifts, empathy, intuition, and emotional intelligence aren't accidents. They are tools you forged in silence when no one heard your cries, and in chaos when no one offered clarity. You were probably called too sensitive, too emotional, or too intense because you felt things others refused to feel. But what they saw as weakness was actually your spiritual radar. In families where emotions were turned into weapons, your sensitivity was your survival. It became your compass, warning you of danger when words lied. It's not that you were broken, it's that you were breaking through. Carl Jung taught that individuation, the process of becoming your authentic self, often begins with a confrontation of the shadow, the unseen parts of your psyche shaped by trauma and repression. That's what you experienced. You weren't just surviving dysfunction. You were beginning your transformation. While others chased approval, you began to seek truth. While others stayed loyal to the roles assigned to them, you questioned the script. And in doing so, you began to awaken not just to the pain, but to your purpose. Every moment you were ignored or misunderstood became fuel for your inner fire. You learned to listen to what wasn't said. You developed a relationship with the unseen, the sacred, the spiritual, because the physical environment betrayed your trust. Pain became your teacher. Silence became your sanctuary. Loneliness became your initiation. The toxic family was not the end of your story. It was the threshold. It was the spiritual boot camp where your soul learned how to see clearly in the dark. Like Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. But you didn't let your past write your fate. You made a conscious decision to grow, to wake up, and to choose love, not as something you beg for, but as something you are. And that perhaps is the most powerful transformation of all. If this message speaks to your journey, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's continue growing stronger through the fire together. 4. The black sheep and spiritual immunity. Being misunderstood or labeled the black sheep is not a flaw. It's often the most visible sign of deep spiritual strength. When your family cannot recognize your light, it is usually because your soul carries a vibration meant to disrupt the generational patterns they are still clinging to. You may feel cast out, invisible, or rejected, but those very wounds are what initiate you into spiritual maturity. Carl Jung taught that the process of individuation, the path to becoming whole, often begins with confrontation, not comfort. You develop what could only be called spiritual immunity, the inner ability to detach from the approval of others, to hear your soul clearly despite the noise of criticism, and to root your identity in something higher than the roles your family assigned to you. You are not meant to be defined by the wounds they projected onto you. You are meant to rise because of them. In toxic environments where love is conditional, gaslighting is normalized, and silence is used as a weapon, strong souls are forged in isolation. You begin to see that your emotional pain is not a punishment, it's a purification. Each rejection becomes a rite of passage. Each betrayal, a sharpening of your inner discernment. You stop chasing validation and start embodying truth. You no longer need to be seen because you have seen yourself. And in seeing yourself, you become untouchable. Carl Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." That's exactly what this path forces you to do. You accept the parts they couldn't love. You reclaim the traits they called too much, and you integrate what they tried to shame out of you. You walk forward, not with bitterness, but with boundaries, not with arrogance, but with awareness. Your spirit becomes so grounded in truth that no lie about you can shake you. This is what it means to be spiritually immune, not numb, not hardened, but sovereign. You begin to recognize that their inability to love you was never about you. It was about their inability to love themselves. And rather than shrink to fit their comfort, you expand into your calling. You stop performing for connection, and instead, you radiate from wholeness. You understand that being the black sheep is sacred work. It is soul work. It is the slow, quiet, and powerful return to the self. Do you feel the power in being the black sheep? If this message resonates with your soul, affirm it in the comments. I trust my inner voice and walk in divine strength. And if this speaks to your journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Someone else might need this reminder today. 5. Karmic assignment and shadow work. You were born into a karmic classroom, not by accident, but by sacred design, a soul agreement chosen before your first breath, placing you exactly where your spiritual evolution would be triggered. If your childhood felt like chaos, if your home was more of a war zone than a sanctuary, it's because your soul was strong enough to endure what others could not. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And that's what your life has asked of you, to face the unconscious, the buried, the painful, and to transform it into power. Toxic families don't create your wounds. They expose what's already been passed down: generational patterns, emotional suppression, inherited fear. And in doing so, they give you the raw material for your inner alchemy. You are not just surviving dysfunction. You are transmuting it into strength, truth, and spiritual depth. When others numb themselves or become replicas of their environment, you awaken. When others cling to false narratives, you seek clarity. And when others fall into cycles of blame, you begin the work of becoming conscious. That is shadow work in motion, the sacred task of integrating the parts of you that were rejected, hidden, or shamed. You were the one chosen to make sense of the madness, to see through the illusions, and to feel the pain that others avoided, because your presence is meant to break the cycle. This isn't just healing, it's spiritual leadership. You've been asked to confront betrayal and still choose love, to witness cruelty and still cultivate compassion, to walk through emotional fires and come out not bitter, but wise. That is not a weakness. That is divine resilience. Your soul knew that the only way to rise was to begin in the depths. The chaos wasn't a mistake. It was a sacred forge. And in that forge, your spiritual gifts sharpened your intuition, your empathy, your inner strength. While others stayed blind to the patterns, you saw them. While others passed them on, you decided they end with you. You are not broken because of your family's dysfunction. You are awakening because of it. And though the journey is brutal, it is also holy. You're not just healing for yourself. You're healing for the ones before you, for the ones to come, and for the world that benefits from your light. Every trigger was a teacher. Every wound was a doorway. And every time you chose growth over comfort, soul over ego, truth over denial, you reclaimed a piece of your spiritual authority. This is what it means to walk the path of the awakened soul, to take what was meant to destroy you and turn it into something sacred, something that blesses others. Your spiritual legacy is not built in comfort. It's born in fire. And you, beloved, are the flame. Are you ready to face your karmic lessons and embrace the shadows that shaped you? If so, comment below. I embrace the shadow to affirm your commitment to healing and spiritual transformation. 6. The sacred scapegoat role. In many families, the one who gets blamed, misunderstood, or pushed aside is often the very soul carrying the highest spiritual assignment. The scapegoat is never chosen by accident. It is a sacred role disguised as rejection. When you refuse to lie, when you speak uncomfortable truths, when your emotional honesty disrupts the illusion that everything is fine, you are not being difficult. You are being divinely guided. Carl Jung believed that the journey of individuation, the process of becoming whole, often begins in darkness, through suffering that cracks open the false self. Souls like yours are placed into dysfunctional systems not to mirror them, but to unravel them from within. Your refusal to conform, to fake harmony, or to participate in emotional denial is not defiance. It is spiritual integrity. You are not the weakest link in the family chain. You are the link that refuses to pass the pain forward. This path feels lonely because it is rare. While others numb themselves or pretend, you feel deeply and see clearly. And that vision makes you a threat to systems built on silence. When you challenge toxic behavior, you become the lightning rod for ancestral pain. But your soul knew this before you arrived. It chose this path not for comfort, but for transformation. You were never meant to maintain the family pattern, you were sent to end it. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And to become who you truly are often means being misunderstood, rejected, or blamed because the truth always stings before it heals. Your soul holds the frequency of change, which is why you trigger those who fear it. But being the scapegoat doesn't mean you are broken. It means your soul is too awake to play small, too aware to lie to itself, and too strong to submit to dysfunction. You were never meant to blend into a broken system. You were meant to expose it lovingly, but powerfully. Even when your voice shakes, even when you stand alone. This pain is not punishment, it is preparation. The burden you carry is not yours alone, it is ancestral. And the courage you show by refusing to stay silent is what begins the healing for generations before and after you. You are not here to be accepted by those who cannot see clearly. You are here to shine so brightly that their blindness becomes unbearable. That is the sacred fire you carry. So if your family couldn't handle your light, it's because it wasn't meant to comfort them. It was meant to awaken them. And whether they wake up or not, your soul has done its part. You weren't born to keep the peace. You were born to create real peace by ending what never should have been passed down in the first place. That's the power of the scapegoat. That's the power of your soul. If you've ever felt like the family scapegoat, know that your courage has meaning. Subscribe now for more wisdom on transforming pain into purpose and breaking generational cycles with spiritual strength. 7. 3 soul survival tools. When you're born into a toxic family, your soul isn't being punished, it's being prepared. The pain, the chaos, the constant walking on eggshells aren't signs of weakness. They're soul-forging fires designed to awaken your deeper truth. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And in toxic families, darkness is often all around you. Criticism disguised as concern, rejection masked as tradition, manipulation veiled as love. But even in that storm, your soul is equipped with tools that keep you tethered to your divine purpose. The first is what we can call the divine umbilical cord, an unbreakable, radiant lifeline between you and your source. This inner cord is invisible, yet it holds more power than any earthly bond. When your physical family fails to provide emotional safety, this divine connection offers you spiritual nourishment and emotional regulation. It reminds you that you belong not to dysfunction, but to the divine intelligence that birthed your soul. When the world goes silent or hostile, that cord whispers, "You are not alone." But to navigate this path with clarity, you must also master shadow projection awareness, a principle rooted deeply in Carl Jung's teachings. What your family says about you often reveals more about their inner wounds than your worth. The insults, dismissals, and blame are rarely reflections of your identity. They are projections of their denied and suppressed selves. Jung taught that the shadow is everything within us we refuse to see. And in toxic dynamics, these shadows are constantly hurled outward. The moment you internalize their pain as your truth, you begin to abandon yourself. But when you learn to see their cruelty as a mirror of their inner turmoil, not your failure, you reclaim your emotional power. You become less reactive, more rooted in who you truly are, and you stop bleeding energy over lies that were never yours to carry. Still, awareness is not enough without action, and that's where boundaries and distance come in. It's often said that blood is thicker than water, but the truth is, soul health matters more than tradition. Creating space, whether emotional or physical, from those who harm you is not an act of betrayal. It's an act of sacred protection. Carl Jung once noted that loneliness does not come from having no people around, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important. In toxic families, your truth is often unwelcome, your light too blinding. Choosing peace over proximity is not giving up, it's growing up. Distance doesn't mean you don't care. It means you care about your healing more. It gives your nervous system room to breathe, your spirit a chance to recalibrate, and your soul the space to remember its own voice. When these 3 tools are honored, the divine umbilical cord, shadow projection awareness, and boundaries with distance, you begin to transform, not in spite of your story, but because of it. Your soul, forged in fire, doesn't just survive, it evolves. If this message resonated with your soul, affirm your journey in the comments by writing, "I protect my light, I trust my source, and I choose peace." Let this be your declaration of inner strength. And if this video brought clarity or comfort, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual wisdom. Thank you for taking this journey with us today. Remember, being born into a toxic family doesn't mean you were cursed. It means your soul was chosen for a higher path. Your strength, your insight, and your sensitivity are not weaknesses. They are spiritual gifts meant to transform not just your life, but the world around you. Carl Jung believed that the journey through trauma leads to individuation, the becoming of your true self. If this message resonated with you, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, share it with someone who needs this wisdom, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content that speaks to your soul. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of transformation. Your healing is sacred. Your journey is divine. And your story is just beginning. How the universe tests you before changing your reality. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like everything was falling apart right before everything changed? What if those moments weren't punishment, but preparation? In today's video, How the Universe Tests You. Before changing your reality, we explore the hidden wisdom behind life's toughest tests, and how your inner transformation is often the key to unlocking a new external reality. If this resonates with your journey, comment below. I trust the process, and let us know how life has been testing you lately. Make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content that empowers your growth and spiritual awakening. 1. Life isn't punishing you, it's preparing you. What you often mistake for punishment is, in truth, preparation. Life doesn't randomly bring pain. It orchestrates experiences to sharpen your soul for what you've asked for. You may be striving, hoping, praying for a breakthrough, but nothing moves. Instead, you're met with resistance, silence, or even loss. It's in these moments, when things feel stuck or unbearable, that the universe is not ignoring you. It's constructing the version of you that can carry the reality you've been asking for. Carl Jung taught that real transformation doesn't begin when your mind decides. It begins when your unconscious is ready. You may consciously desire success, love, peace, or change. But if the deeper layers of your psyche are still burdened by fear, doubt, or unresolved wounds, you will unknowingly block what you seek. The universe isn't withholding your dreams out of cruelty. It's waiting for your energy to align with them. That alignment happens not through forcing or pretending, but through inner integration. This is why certain chapters in your life feel repetitive. You attract the same kind of people, fall into the same patterns, face the same emotional storms. It's not because you're cursed. It's because you're still being trained. You're still in the process of building spiritual and emotional muscle. The universe sends the same test until your reaction changes, until you respond with consciousness instead of fear, with self-respect instead of desperation. Consider a person who keeps searching for love, but ends up with emotionally unavailable partners. On the surface, they seem ready, but deep down, they still carry an unconscious story. Love abandons me, or I have to earn love by proving my worth. The universe responds not to their wish list, but to their unconscious frequency. So it brings mirrors, not punishments. And when those mirrors break them open, it's not to destroy them, but to reveal the very beliefs that must be dissolved. In this way, the universe is a wise teacher. It doesn't operate on your timeline, it operates on your alignment. If you're asking for something massive, something life-altering, then you must become the version of you who won't crumble under the weight of it. That means letting go of old identities. That means sitting in discomfort. That means being stripped of illusions so that clarity can take root. Carl Jung saw life not as a series of random moments, but as a process of individuation, a journey where your outer world reflects the integration of your inner self. Every delay, every loss, every confusing season is part of that sacred path. You aren't stuck. You're being stripped, purified, and recalibrated. What you're going through is the initiation before the expansion. The tests come first, then the rewards. But the greatest reward isn't just what you receive, it's who you become along the way. So instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What in me is being strengthened?" Every challenge is a portal. Every silence is a classroom. And when the time is right, not when your ego demands it, but when your soul is aligned, everything you've asked for will arrive. Not a moment too early and never too late. Are you ready to trust that what feels like delay is actually divine preparation? If so, comment below. I trust the process to affirm your commitment to inner growth and breakthrough. 2. Before the shift comes the silence. You may think nothing is happening when your world goes quiet. No signs, no progress, no breakthroughs, just stillness. But this isn't punishment. It's not a failure. This is the sacred space known as the void. It's that in-between phase where everything feels frozen, yet beneath the surface, something powerful is shifting. According to the principle of rhythm in Hermetic philosophy, life moves like a pendulum. It swings backward before it moves forward. This means that the stillness you're experiencing is part of the universal rhythm. It's the preparation before expansion, the darkness before the dawn, the winter before the spring. In this space, you may feel isolated, uncertain, or even abandoned. People may disappear. Opportunities may dry up. Your confidence may start to crack. But this too is the test. The universe is pulling you inward, not to break you, but to build you. The spiritual wisdom in this is simple. The silence isn't the end. It's the foundation. Just like a seed breaks open in the dark before it ever reaches the light, your transformation is unfolding where no one can see it, not even you. Carl Jung taught that change begins when the unconscious becomes conscious. But that awakening doesn't happen in noise. It happens in solitude. That's why life goes silent before it shifts. In that silence, your ego has less control. You begin to see things more clearly. The illusions fall away, and your soul begins to take the lead. The void becomes a mirror, reflecting your deepest fears, beliefs, and desires, not to shame you, but to cleanse you. To strip away what no longer belongs so that you can finally become who you were meant to be. This is the moment where you're not just waiting for life to change, you are being changed. Not externally, but internally. You're being stretched, refined, rewired, so that when the breakthrough comes, it doesn't just visit you, it stays with you. Because now, you're finally able to hold it. The universe never withholds blessings. It simply waits until you're energetically ready to receive them. And that readiness is forged in the stillness, not the striving. What makes this phase so difficult is that modern life tells us progress must look like movement. We're taught that growth equals action, but true transformation often looks like doing nothing, like sitting in the quiet, like trusting when there's no evidence. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, knowing that what appears empty may be the most full moment of your life. That silence doesn't mean nothing is happening. It means everything is happening in a way your eyes can't yet see. So if you're in that pause, don't rush out of it. Don't try to force clarity or grasp for signs. Sit with it. Listen to it. Let it do its work on you. Because once you pass this test of trust and surrender, life begins to move again, and it moves in your favor. You don't just return to where you were. You rise, higher, deeper, wiser. Aligned not with your fears, but with your soul. That's when reality begins to shift, not just around you, but through you. If you're ready to trust the stillness and honor the rhythm of life, comment below. I embrace the silence before the shift. This moment of stillness is sacred. Let it prepare you for what's coming. 3. The test is internal, not external. The universe doesn't test your worth. It tests your readiness. It doesn't care about how perfect you look on the outside, how much you've achieved, or how confident you pretend to be. What it truly cares about is whether you are aligned with your truth. When you're going through emotional pain, when people disappoint you, or when everything around you feels stuck, it's not a punishment. It's a mirror. Life is reflecting the unhealed parts of you that are still clinging to illusions, attachments, false identities, and the need for control. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That's exactly what happens when we ignore the inner tests that life presents to us. What triggers you emotionally isn't the real problem. The real issue lies beneath the surface, in the wounds you haven't yet healed, in the stories you keep telling yourself, and in the expectations that were never really yours to begin with. Rejection, for example, may feel like someone turning their back on you. But on a deeper level, it's often a sign that you've been outsourcing your self-worth to their validation. The universe removes what you cling to, not to hurt you, but to show you that you never needed it in the first place. What you thought was loss is often liberation in disguise. Stagnation is another internal test. When things stop moving, when your plans don't go forward, and life seems unresponsive, it's easy to panic or spiral into self-doubt. But maybe the delay is sacred. Maybe the stillness is life protecting you from making a move that isn't aligned with your soul's highest path. It's in this space that spiritual awakening happens. The silence between what you thought you wanted and what you're truly meant for creates the room for self-awareness to grow. As the mystic Rumi said, "Don't grieve. Anything you lose comes round in another form." That is the essence of trust, believing that what is taken from you is not the end, but the start of your transformation. Each emotional trigger is a doorway. Each disappointment is a compass. Each setback is a spiritual checkpoint. The question is not, why is this happening to me? But what belief, story, or pattern is being exposed through this experience? This is the turning point. When you can sit with your discomfort and ask, what is this showing me about myself? You shift from victimhood to empowerment. You stop resisting reality and begin to shape it with clarity and intention. That's when the universe opens new doors. Not because you forced it, but because you finally aligned with the frequency that matches your next level. The test is always internal. It's about choosing awareness over reaction, surrender over control, presence over fear. Spiritual awakening means you no longer interpret pain as failure, but as feedback. You start recognizing that your external world is only responding to the depth of your inner world. And the more clarity, self-respect, and peace you cultivate within, the less chaos you attract outside. When you stop trying to fix the world and instead choose to face yourself honestly, everything around you begins to shift naturally. If you're ready to pass the test within and rise beyond the illusion of control, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's heal together, grow together, and trust the timing of the universe. 4. You must respond, not react. Spiritual awakening is not about escaping emotions. It's about responding to them with new awareness. You used to react in the heat of the moment, angry words, anxious decisions, silent withdrawals. But now, something in you pauses. Something waits. You've begun to notice the space between what happens and what you choose. That space is power. And in that space, your new self is born. As Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Your past reactions weren't flaws. They were patterns shaped by wounds, fear, and old survival instincts. But every time you pause, breathe, and respond with clarity instead of chaos, you break the cycle. You reclaim your energy. The universe will always check your growth. It sends familiar storms, the same temptations, the same silences, the same disrespect. But this time, you don't flinch. You don't fight back. You don't run. You hold yourself. That's the test. Can you hold your center when nothing outside you makes sense? Can you walk through confusion without demanding answers? That is what transformation looks like. Stillness in the noise. Calm in the chaos. Silence that's not fear, but power. You're not here to prove yourself to anyone anymore. You're not here to win every argument or chase every closure. Sometimes, the real flex is in not engaging, in keeping your dignity, in choosing your peace over your pride. And while others may think you're silent because you're weak, you know the truth you're silent because you no longer need to shout to be heard. The noise is gone from your spirit. Let's say someone close to you does the very thing that used to send you spiraling, rejects you, criticizes you, abandons you. The old you would panic. The old you would over-explain, over-please, overthink. But now, you breathe. You listen. You feel the emotion rise, but you no longer let it own you. You feel sadness, but it doesn't drown you. You feel anger, but it doesn't define you. You simply respond with grace, with strength, with knowing. That's the shift. Not the disappearance of pain, but the mastery of it. Carl Jung's work reminds us that growth begins when you stop blaming the world and start examining the lens through which you see it. And that lens, over time, becomes clearer, not through comfort, but through the tension that stretches you. You become resilient, not by avoiding triggers, but by facing them and no longer being ruled by them. Your story no longer controls you. You rewrite it as you go. Real growth isn't visible on the outside. It's in the moment you choose not to send that reactive text. The moment you walk away with peace instead of needing to be right. The moment you no longer internalize someone else's mood as your fault. Those small choices, repeated consistently, rebuild your identity. And the universe takes note. Not with applause, but with new levels of alignment. Because now, you've shown that your peace is no longer situational, it's sacred. Do you feel the shift within you of the quiet strength to respond, not react? If this message speaks to your soul, declare it in the comments. I choose to respond with peace. 5. Pain is a sign of shedding the old self. Pain is not a sign of failure. It is evidence of transformation. When life begins to shift and your emotions intensify, you are not falling apart. You are shedding everything that is no longer aligned with who you are becoming. The emotional weight pressing down on you is the release of outdated roles, attachments, and self-perceptions. The discomfort is the ego resisting its own dissolution, clinging to identities built from fear, survival, and conditioning. But this resistance is exactly what Carl Jung warned us about when he said, "What you resist persists. What you accept transforms." This is not simply a quote, it's a roadmap through the spiritual fires of rebirth. What you're experiencing is the sacred unraveling of your former self. You're not being punished. You're being prepared. In moments of deep pain, your soul is whispering, make space for something greater. And yet, most people misinterpret this phase. They think something's gone wrong. But in truth, you are being emptied to hold something far more expensive than what you were settling for. Your nervous system is not malfunctioning. It's being rewired. Your sadness, your fear, your confusion, these are not breakdowns. They are signals of a breakthrough. The old self can't carry the frequency of the life you've asked for. If you want expansion, the container must grow. If you want peace, the chaos within must be exposed. You don't get to rise while staying the same. You must be stripped, undone, remade. This spiritual wisdom is not easy to live through, but it is the only way to embody your higher self. When everything feels like it's collapsing, when nothing feels certain, when all your anchors seem to vanish, that is the void. And the void is not a curse, it is a portal. It's the space where the old identity dies and the new one is still forming. The problem is, we often resist the void. We run from it. We numb it. We try to rebuild what we lost. But the universe won't let you go backward when your soul is ready for more. So it tests you not to see if you're worthy, but to help you recognize your own strength. It strips away false comfort so you can find real peace. It takes away distractions so you can meet yourself in silence. This is not a breakdown. It's a divine reordering. Think about the person who finally leaves the relationship that drained their spirit. At first, there's relief. But then come the waves of doubt, grief, fear. It feels like everything inside them is breaking. But that pain is not regression. It's recalibration. Their soul is adjusting to a new frequency of self-worth, one that doesn't tolerate being unseen. Or the person who quits the job that suffocated their creativity. The uncertainty feels unbearable. But what's really happening is that their energy is being redirected toward purpose and alignment. When you stop resisting what's leaving, you begin to receive what's meant. Acceptance doesn't mean you love the pain. It means you trust its purpose. You start asking deeper questions, not, why is this happening to me? But what is this trying to awaken in me? That shift in perception is where the transformation begins. This is spiritual awakening, not something magical that happens overnight, but a raw, soul-level initiation that redefines who you are. You are not breaking down. You are becoming whole. You are not losing yourself. You are shedding everything you are not. And though it hurts, that pain is sacred. It is carving out space within you for the truth of your being to rise. This is not the end. It is the sacred beginning of your next chapter. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how your deepest pain is often the beginning of your transformation. And if you're ready to release the old and rise into your true self, comment below. I welcome the new me. 6. True transformation happens in the void. The void is not emptiness, it is sacred space. While many fear this phase because it lacks clarity, results, or validation, it is, in truth, the crucible of transformation. The void strips away your ego's need for applause and demands something deeper. Presence without proof, purpose without reward. In this quiet realm, your soul is not just waiting, it is being reshaped. You are not being punished, you are being prepared. The universe isn't testing your desire, it's refining your identity. It watches not for what you wish to receive, but for who you become when nothing seems to be working. When you feel invisible, when no one affirms you, when outcomes delay, and the silence grows louder, that is the moment of spiritual awakening. It is here that you are asked to remain truthful, consistent, and aligned, even when nothing is guaranteed. Can you keep your heart open when it's easier to shut down? Can you act with integrity when no one is watching? This is where the old self dissolves, and the new self is born not through comfort, but through conscious surrender. And that surrender is not weakness, it is strength in its purest form. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." The void forces you inward. It removes distractions so that you may meet yourself without illusion. There, you realize that everything you thought you needed recognition, progress, signs is secondary to what you actually need. Clarity of soul, rootedness in being. This inner clarity is what shifts your outer world. When you no longer seek external validation, you become truly unshakable. The void teaches you that the peace you were searching for was never out there. It was waiting to be remembered within you. Throughout history, the most awakened beings were formed in the void. Jesus was tempted in the wilderness. Buddha found enlightenment through silence and stillness. Jung encountered his deepest insights in solitude. They didn't skip this stage, they embraced it. And that is why their transformation endured. Because they didn't just want change, they became the vessel capable of holding it. This is what the universe asks of you: to hold yourself with grace when there is no applause, to be your own anchor when everything is uncertain. This space, this silence, this sacred pause is not the end. It is the hidden beginning of something vast and powerful. If you're walking through it now, do not rush the process. Let it shape you. Let it soften you. Let it burn away what is not you. Because when the shift finally comes, you will not just step into a new reality, you will step into it as someone entirely new. And that, above all, is what the void was preparing you for. If this message speaks to your soul, declare it with faith. I am becoming who I'm meant to be, even in the silence. I trust the void is sacred. Type it in the comments to affirm your transformation. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you never miss a message meant just for you. 7. Manifestation is about embodiment, not wishing. You don't manifest by wishing, hoping, or demanding. You manifest by embodying. That means becoming, right now, the version of yourself who already lives in the reality you desire. The law of attraction doesn't respond to your surface thoughts or desperate requests. It responds to the frequency you consistently radiate. As Carl Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Your energy, not your words, is what the universe listens to. Manifestation is not about shouting your desires louder. It's about aligning your emotional and energetic state with the reality you claim to want. If you're asking for peace, but your inner world is full of resistance, reactivity, or chaos, there's a contradiction. You say you want love, but your nervous system is bracing for heartbreak. You say you want abundance, but your body is still carrying the frequency of lack. The universe is not fooled by declarations. It responds to consistency. Your energy has to tell one clear story. This is where most people unconsciously sabotage themselves. Their desires speak one language, but their frequency speaks another. Think about it like this. There's a woman named Sarah who repeats affirmations every morning about finding a healthy, loving relationship. She's doing the journaling, the vision boards, the meditations. But deep down, she doesn't trust love. She's been betrayed before. Her body tightens when she thinks about vulnerability. So even though her mind says, "I want love," her energy says love isn't safe. That's the frequency the universe hears. Not the pretty words, the emotional truth beneath them. Carl Jung would call this the influence of the shadow of those unseen, unresolved patterns that run our lives until we consciously integrate them. To truly manifest something new, you have to become a new version of yourself. That's not about pretending or faking it. It's about shifting your identity, your self-image, your emotional foundation. When your thoughts, beliefs, body, and actions align, that's when the field responds. That's when synchronicities begin. That's when the universe says yes, not because you forced it, but because you matched it. Your job is to become the living embodiment of the future you seek, without needing proof, without needing validation. That is the real spiritual wisdom behind manifestation. And here's the uncomfortable truth. If what you desire hasn't arrived, it's not because the universe is late. It's because something within you is still resisting alignment. Your fear, your doubt, your emotional wounds may be blocking the transmission. So instead of chasing your desires, become them. Instead of trying to control outcomes, anchor your energy. Ask yourself, if I already had it, how would I feel? And then feel that now. Live from that frequency. Speak from that identity. Breathe from that inner truth. Jung's work reminds us that real change doesn't come from outer effort. It comes from inner transformation. This is what spiritual embodiment really means. You don't just think differently, you are different. The shift happens not when you convince the universe, but when you convince yourself. When your inner world becomes so stable, peaceful, and clear, your outer reality has no choice but to mirror it. That's the moment manifestation stops being a mystery and becomes a natural reflection of who you've become. If this message resonates with you, leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a video that helps you align with your highest self. Type in the comments, "I am aligned with the reality I desire," to anchor your embodiment and start manifesting from within. 8. You become the miracle. The long silence was not a punishment. It was sacred preparation. Every delay, every unanswered prayer, every painful wait wasn't holding you back. It was reshaping you. While it felt like life had paused, your soul was in motion. The universe wasn't withholding your destiny. It was forming you into the person capable of holding it. Nothing was wasted. The heartbreaks, the setbacks, the nights spent in confusion and surrender were not obstacles. They were sacred tools in your becoming. You weren't waiting for a breakthrough. You were the breakthrough in progress. You no longer have to chase transformation because you are the transformation. You've outgrown begging for signs, begging for change, begging for someone to choose you. Your presence is now the answer. You are no longer asking for the door to open. You've become the door. That is spiritual wisdom. When the miracle stops being something outside of you and starts becoming who you are. The old you was waiting for a reward. The new you is the reward. Life doesn't owe you anything. It simply reflects what you have become. And now, what's coming isn't compensation for your suffering. It's a reflection of your evolution. What you attract now is different because you are different. Your frequency has changed. You no longer seek validation because you've remembered your value. You no longer crave attention because you've reclaimed your energy. The world mirrors your vibration, not your desire. You don't manifest from longing. You manifest from embodiment. What's ahead of you will look like a gift, but it's actually a mirror of your self-worth, your growth, your healing, and your spiritual wisdom. The universe doesn't give based on begging. It gives based on becoming. And you, through every quiet season, every dark night of the soul, have become. So when you look at what is unfolding, don't be surprised. Be aware. You're not lucky. You're aligned. You didn't force this. You allowed it. You became it. The version of you that once prayed for change has stepped aside to make room for the version of you who is the change. That's why life looks different. That's why people treat you differently. That's why doors are opening. Why energy feels lighter. Why opportunities now arrive unannounced. Because you no longer vibrate in desperation, you vibrate in truth. To affirm the power of who you've become, comment below, "I am the miracle." Let it be a declaration of your growth and a reminder to others that transformation begins within. And remember this, the universe is never punishing you. It's preparing you. Every delay, every obstacle, every emotional trigger is a test of your readiness to receive the life you've asked for. When you begin to respond with awareness instead of reaction, you're no longer at the mercy of external circumstances. You're aligned with transformation. If this message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear this truth, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that continue to guide your awakening journey. Stay grounded, stay faithful, and trust the process. Four signs your karmic debt has been cleared. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like you're carrying the weight of something invisible, repeating the same emotional patterns no matter how much you grow? What if those patterns were never truly yours to begin with, but echoes of karmic debt inherited across time? In this video, we'll explore 4 powerful signs that your karmic debt has finally been cleared, not just spiritually, but in your relationships, emotions, and daily life. If you've been doing the inner work and sensing a shift, this message might be the confirmation your soul has been waiting for. What signs have you noticed in your own journey? Comment below and share your experience. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of insight from spiritual wisdom. Sign 1. You stop repeating the same emotional patterns. You used to find yourself caught in the same emotional patterns over and over again. No matter how hard you tried to move forward, life seemed to drag you back into relationships and situations that mirrored your deepest wounds: abandonment, betrayal, rejection. It felt like fate had a personal vendetta against you. But as Carl Jung so powerfully said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And the truth is, it wasn't fate. It was your soul drawing these patterns to the surface so that you could see them, feel them, and ultimately rise above them. The pain was a teacher. The repetition was a mirror. The suffering was sacred, not because you deserved it, but because you were being given a chance to finally break the cycle. Now something has changed. You noticed the red flags earlier. The old triggers don't hit as hard. Your nervous system stays calm in moments that would have once shattered you. You don't react the way you used to, not because you're numb, but because you're wiser. You no longer cling to what is toxic just to avoid being alone. You don't chase closure or force conversations that don't come naturally. You walk away, and more importantly, you walk away in peace. That alone is proof of transformation, because the version of you who used to tolerate chaos, negotiate with pain, or beg for breadcrumbs doesn't exist anymore. She has outgrown those lessons. She has evolved beyond the need to learn them again. This is the moment where karmic debt begins to dissolve, not in some cosmic courtroom, but in the quiet choices you now make with clarity and grace. Karmic debt is the energy of unresolved cycles, and you've started resolving them not through force, but through awareness. You've stopped identifying with your trauma. You no longer define yourself by what happened to you. You don't wear your scars as proof of your worth. You carry them as evidence of your strength. You've started responding from your healed self, not reacting from your wounded self. And this shift, though it may seem subtle to the outside world, is massive on a soul level. The most telling sign that your karmic debt is being cleared is not the absence of hardship, but the presence of wisdom. You move differently now. You feel when something is off without needing to investigate. You detach from dysfunction without guilt. You no longer think you can save people who are committed to staying broken. You understand now that not everyone deserves access to your energy, and that boundary is not cold, it's sacred. Carl Jung called this process individuation, becoming whole by integrating the unconscious. That's what you've done. You've made peace with your past, and in doing so, you've changed your future. You no longer call this transformation luck or coincidence. You call it growth. And that growth has liberated you from the invisible contracts you once had with pain. The lessons have been learned. The cycle has been closed. The debt, in its own quiet way, has been paid in full. Have you ever noticed yourself finally breaking free from the same emotional cycles? If so, share your story in the comments so others can be inspired by your growth. If not yet, comment, "I'm ready to break the loop," so we can walk this path of healing together. Sign 2. You feel a deep peace that isn't dependent on circumstances. A calm presence begins to settle in, not because everything outside has become easier, but because something deep within you has finally stopped struggling. You're no longer bracing yourself for impact or anxiously preparing for the next crisis. The mind that once raced with what-ifs and worst-case scenarios now moves with clarity and purpose. You begin to walk through life with a new kind of awareness, one that doesn't demand control over every detail, but instead trusts in your ability to respond with presence, wisdom, and strength. This is the unmistakable mark of spiritual growth. You no longer chase approval, no longer feel the need to prove your worth through perfection or performance. You simply exist in alignment, and that alignment radiates as peace. It's not a loud or dramatic transformation. It's the soft hum of inner harmony. You meet each moment without resistance. You no longer carry the need to fix everything, be everywhere, or be everything to everyone. Your energy is no longer scattered. You've called it back home. This stillness, this exhale of the soul, is not the result of life becoming perfect. It is the result of you becoming whole. As Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And now, that unconscious weight, the karmic residue of generations, of your past selves, of old contracts and inherited pain has lifted. You can feel it in the way your nervous system no longer trembles under invisible burdens. You can feel it in the way you wake up with a quiet mind and a steady heart. You can feel it in the way your spirit no longer leaps into defense or tries to justify its existence. This is not complacency. This is power. The kind of power that comes from finally understanding that your value doesn't depend on hustle, hardship, or hypervigilance. You no longer walk around armored. You don't need the armor anymore. You've stopped living in reaction. You've stopped expecting the past to repeat. You've stopped negotiating your peace just to belong. Instead, you carry peace with you like a sacred companion. It walks with you, speaks through you, anchors you. When life challenges you, you don't collapse. You breathe. You observe. You hold space for yourself. That stillness is proof that your karmic storm has passed. The soul doesn't scream when it's free. It becomes quiet. And that silence, that lightness, that subtle but constant knowing that you are okay, even when life is messy, that's the gift of karmic resolution. You are no longer tied to what once controlled you. You've outgrown the patterns, detached from the emotional loops, and risen above the unconscious contracts that kept you in cycles of suffering. The spiritual lesson here is profound. True peace has nothing to do with perfect circumstances and everything to do with inner clarity. When you no longer need chaos to feel alive, when your nervous system no longer confuses stress with purpose, when you can sit in stillness without restlessness, that's when you know you've returned to your essence. That is the ultimate sign your karmic debt has been cleared. Not because someone told you, not because you read it in a book, but because your soul can finally rest. And that rest is sacred. If this deep sense of peace resonates with you, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your experience in the comments below. Let's continue uncovering the next sign of your soul's transformation together. Sign 3. You start receiving without struggle. When you stop trying to earn love, validation, or abundance as if they are trophies awarded to only the most worthy, something remarkable begins to happen. Life no longer feels like a battlefield. You're not constantly auditioning for approval, hustling for attention, or bending over backward just to feel seen. Instead, the energy within you shifts, guilt dissolves, shame loses its grip, and that inner resistance you've carried for years begins to soften. Suddenly, you notice that things come to you more easily, not because you're working harder or proving more, but because your soul has stopped struggling. The weight you carried was never about effort, it was about energy. And when that energy is healed, life responds in kind. You're no longer chasing opportunities or begging for love in the form of people who can't meet you. You stop overgiving to those who only take. You stop pushing, performing, and exhausting yourself to receive things that should be flowing naturally. And they do because your inner world is no longer at war with itself. Carl Jung said, "What you resist persists, and you've stopped resisting your own worth." The need to be chosen dissolves because you've already chosen yourself. The need to prove fades because you've remembered that worthiness is not something you earn, it's something you uncover. You begin to attract things not through strategy or sacrifice, but through authenticity. You don't have to manipulate the timing or the people or the process. The healed soul becomes a quiet magnet, the kind of presence that draws in what's aligned because it no longer entertains what's not. It's not that life gets easier, it's that your energy no longer feeds what drains you. You find yourself surrounded by peace, by opportunities that feel right, by relationships that feel reciprocal. You receive not because you've reached some final level of perfection, but because your energy is finally clean, free of hidden motives, people-pleasing, or desperation. And what's most powerful is that you begin to receive with grace, not with the frantic excitement of someone who thinks it will all disappear again, but with the grounded stillness of someone who knows they are the source. You no longer take scraps because you've built your own table. You no longer feel guilty for having more because you know what it's like to live with less. And you no longer question your blessings because you understand they are a mirror of your inner evolution. You've cleared the debt not by doing more, but by becoming more present, more honest, more aligned. And now, without begging or bargaining, without explaining or exhausting, you receive. The struggle has ended, not because the world changed, but because your soul remembered it never had to fight to begin with. Are you ready to receive without guilt, without struggle, and without chasing? If so, comment below, "I'm ready to receive," to affirm your shift into ease, grace, and healed energy. Sign 4. You feel pulled toward purpose, not survival. You begin to notice something has shifted, not with noise or grand announcements, but with a quiet internal certainty. Survival no longer consumes your every thought. You're not waking up, calculating how to prove yourself, how to earn love, how to be enough. That constant tension, the invisible pressure to keep up, to chase, to become someone in order to be seen, begins to fade. In its place, there's a gentle pull, not urgent, but persistent. It's the soul speaking, not in panic, but in peace, guiding you towards something deeper than achievement. This isn't about building an identity to protect yourself anymore. It's about remembering the essence of who you are without the need for masks or validation. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And this awakening doesn't feel like fireworks. It feels like clarity. You start to ask, what am I really here to do? Not out of desperation, but out of devotion. Your energy shifts from reaction to creation. Instead of running from pain, you start moving toward purpose. And this purpose isn't a mission statement or job title. It's a frequency. It's a way of being that feels honest, aligned, and unshakable. You feel a sense of rightness in the path you're walking, even if it's uncertain. You're no longer performing worthiness. You're embodying the truth. You no longer offer your gifts in exchange for approval. You offer them as an act of love. And that's how you know something karmic has been cleared, not because life is suddenly easy, but because you're not living in resistance anymore. The fight is over. You're no longer caught in loops that ask you to beg for scraps of meaning. You are full. You are rooted. You give not because you lack, but because you overflow. The hunger now is not to prove, but to serve. And even that service doesn't come from obligation. It comes from joy. Carl Jung believed that healing was not about becoming perfect, but about becoming whole. When your karmic debt is lifted, wholeness begins to take shape. You reclaim the parts of yourself that were exiled by fear, shame, or survival instincts. You integrate what once fragmented you. And in that integration, a new kind of intelligence arises. Spiritual, intuitive, ancient. You become more sensitive to what is real and less attached to what is fleeting. Success doesn't excite you unless it's rooted in integrity. Noise doesn't seduce you because you've tuned into the signal within. You stop measuring yourself by timelines or trophies and begin honoring your inner rhythm. Even your questions change. You no longer ask, "What do I need to do to be safe?" Instead, you ask, "What do I need to express to be free?" This is what it feels like when karmic debt has been cleared. The fight to survive gives way to the grace of living on purpose. There is no force, no frantic striving, just alignment, just resonance, just the subtle magnetism of your soul remembering its path. And in that remembering, you are no longer driven by karma, you are led by clarity. If this message stirred something deep within you, leave a comment of purpose. I am ready to live from truth, not survival. I trust my soul to guide me. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the deeper layers of karma, healing, and spiritual transformation. If these signs resonated with you, it might be a confirmation that you've done the inner work and your soul is ready to move forward with more clarity and lightness. Remember, as Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. If you're on a path of awakening, you're not alone, and we're here to walk it with you. If you found value in today's message, please like this video, share it with someone who may need it, and don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insight, healing, and transformation. Until next time, keep growing, keep healing, and keep trusting the wisdom within. 12 hidden signs you're more attractive than you think. Beauty begins the moment you decide to be yourself. Coco Chanel. In a world obsessed with external appearances, we often forget that true attractiveness comes from within. Carl Jung believed that our inner essence radiates far more powerfully than we realize through energy, presence, and authenticity. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover 12 hidden signs that you're far more attractive than you give yourself credit for. As you listen, ask yourself, have I been blind to my own magnetic presence? Let us know in the comments which sign resonates most with you. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more content that helps you awaken your inner power and live a more meaningful, joyful life. Sign 1. Men get nervous around you. Men getting nervous around you isn't just social awkwardness. It's a deep psychological reaction that reveals more about your hidden power than you realize. When a man stumbles over his words, avoids eye contact, or shifts uncomfortably in your presence, he's not rejecting you. He's responding to something within you that unsettles him, not in a bad way, but in a soul-level way. According to Carl Jung, every man possesses an anima, his inner feminine archetype. This isn't about gender roles or surface-level attraction. It's about the emotional, intuitive, and unconscious qualities that often remain buried until triggered. And you, without even trying, awaken that part of him. Your energy doesn't just enter a room, it shifts the frequency. It's not your outfit or your looks, it's your presence, your essence, your spiritual radiance. When you walk in with self-possession and emotional clarity, your light activates something in others that they haven't yet made peace with in themselves. That's why they fidget. That's why they grow quiet or act strange. You are holding a mirror to parts of their psyche that long to be acknowledged but have been suppressed for years. This is spiritual wisdom in motion, your very existence becoming a catalyst for inner transformation in others, whether they're ready for it or not. The tragedy is that most women shrink in the face of this reaction. They assume it's their fault. They tone themselves down, smile less brightly, speak more softly, or try to seem less intimidating. But the truth is, your power isn't the problem. Their discomfort is the result of your energy stirring up something powerful and unfamiliar inside them. You've simply touched a place in them that has been asleep, and not everyone knows how to handle that awakening. That's not a cue to hide who you are. That's a cue to stand even more firmly in your light. When you begin to see nervousness as a compliment from the unconscious, everything changes. You stop interpreting silence or awkwardness as rejection and start recognizing it as resonance. You realize that you are not just being seen, you are being felt. You don't just exist on the surface, you move people deeply, often without a single word. This is the realm of spiritual wisdom, where attraction isn't about physicality, but about the alchemy of energy, the echo of archetypes, and the awakening of the unseen. So don't dim yourself. Don't dilute your presence to soothe someone else's unhealed wounds. You are not here to be more palatable. You are here to be a force. The nervousness you trigger is a sign that your energy is working even when you're unaware of it. You are not too much. You are simply being exactly who you were meant to be, someone whose presence invites others to meet themselves more deeply. Have you ever noticed men getting nervous around you, fidgeting, avoiding eye contact, or acting awkward? If so, share your experience in the comments so others can see they're not alone. If you haven't noticed it yet, comment, "I'll start paying attention," and let's explore this powerful energy together. Sign 2. People glance at you repeatedly. People don't just glance at you, they return to you with their eyes, as if drawn by something they can't explain. It's not vanity. It's not your clothes or even your features. It's something deeper, a magnetic presence that radiates without effort. Carl Jung called it archetypal recognition, a moment when someone's unconscious mind responds to your energy because it stirs something ancient and symbolic within them. You remind them of something they can't name, but they feel it. It could be comfort, mystery, purity, or wisdom. Whatever it is, it transcends logic, and that's why they look again. That second glance is a spiritual echo. While many chase after surface-level beauty, you carry a vibration that others sense, even when they don't understand it. You walk into a room and shift the atmosphere. Your silence speaks. Your energy lingers, and you often don't even realize it because you're not performing. You're just being. That's what makes it powerful. The most attractive people aren't always the loudest or the most decorated. They're the ones who have undergone a spiritual awakening and started to live from a place of inner alignment, where truth and soul replace ego and mask. This kind of energy can't be faked. It's the kind that others feel in their body before their mind catches up. A stranger may glance at you twice in passing and walk away changed, even if they can't explain why. It's your presence that speaks to something primal in them. And when you embody archetypes unconsciously like the healer, the warrior, the mystic, or the sage, you awaken that same energy in others, even for just a fleeting moment. That's the real essence of spiritual wisdom. You become a mirror, reflecting not just yourself, but also their hidden longing, their forgotten strength, their buried truth. This effect grows stronger after a spiritual awakening. Once you begin to heal, clear your energy, and reclaim your authenticity, your very aura becomes louder than words. You stop trying to be impressive and start embodying your essence. You move with intentional softness, speak with depth, listen with your whole being, and people feel that. The way you carry yourself, the calm in your eyes, the warmth in your smile, it's all signaling something sacred. And that sacredness is what turns a passing glance into a soul-level recognition. When people look at you twice, they're not just looking at you. They're remembering something. Maybe it's an energy they once knew, a part of themselves they lost, or a connection from another lifetime. This is the realm where the physical and spiritual blur. You are not just seen, you are felt. And the more you awaken, the more visible your energy becomes. You're no longer blending into the crowd. You become the contrast, the still point, the presence that reminds others of what they've forgotten within themselves. That is real beauty. That is spiritual attraction. Comment below. I carry magnetic energy. If you've ever noticed people glancing at you more than once, and if you're just starting to realize the power of your presence, type, I'm ready to embrace it, so we can walk this path of self-awareness together. Sign 3. You underestimate yourself, yet receive compliments. You often underestimate yourself, especially on the days when you feel the least attractive. Those are the moments when someone unexpectedly compliments you when you're not trying to impress. When your clothes are plain, your hair is messy, and your mood feels off. Yet somehow, someone sees beauty in you. They comment on your glow, your presence, or your energy. That's not just a coincidence. That's spiritual wisdom at work. And Carl Jung would say, it's the unconscious revealing itself. You're radiating something far deeper than you realize, an inner truth, an authenticity that no mirror or camera can fully capture. When you stop performing and just are, your natural essence begins to emerge. That essence isn't rooted in surface-level charm. It's in the way you listen with sincerity, how your voice softens when you're present, how your presence calms a room without effort. Most people spend their lives polishing a false self, curating images, and overcompensating for imagined flaws. But your light breaks through most brightly when you've surrendered the performance. Jung's work on the shadow reminds us that we hide not only our shame, but also our brilliance. And when someone compliments you at your worst, it's often a sign that your hidden light is slipping through the cracks you've tried to cover. There's a woman I met named Sarah who once believed she was invisible. She wore simple clothes, didn't use makeup, and avoided mirrors. She thought beauty belonged to others. Yet strangers constantly approached her. Children hugged her for no reason, and animals instinctively sought her out. She didn't understand it until she started listening. What they saw wasn't her appearance. It was her essence. She had a peace, a depth, an open spirit that people could feel. Her authenticity did what no amount of external validation could. It drew people in because it was real. That's the kind of beauty Jung alluded to, the kind that can't be faked and can't be lost. This is why compliments that come when you feel low hold so much truth. They are not based on effort, styling, or image. They are reflections of something real. Your soul, your presence, your untamed, unfiltered energy. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." These compliments are glimpses into that unconscious. They show you how much you shine even when you're not aware of it. They are signs of a spiritual energy that cannot be measured by conventional standards. When someone sees your light in the dark, believe them. When they praise your warmth on a day when you feel cold, receive it. When they admire your energy while you feel exhausted, consider the possibility that what they're sensing is beyond what you can see in the mirror. Your energy doesn't lie. Your presence doesn't fade. And your light, especially when you aren't trying to shine, is what truly makes you magnetic. If this resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your experience in the comments below. Let's keep uncovering the beauty others already see in you. Sign 4. They seek you out for small reasons. People often approach you with seemingly insignificant requests: a quick question, help with a small task, or just casual conversation. But when this happens frequently, it's not the favor they're truly seeking. It's you. Your presence carries a kind of stillness that people instinctively want to be near, even if they don't understand why. Carl Jung called this synchronicity, those subtle, meaningful connections that aren't accidental, but soul-level encounters guided by unseen forces. When someone finds small excuses to enter your space, it's often their unconscious trying to access something within your energy, something that feels calming, safe, or quietly magnetic. You may think you're just being nice or available, but underneath, you're radiating something powerful, spiritual wisdom that others can feel, even if you can't yet see it yourself. This kind of pull has nothing to do with loudness or outward confidence. In fact, it's the opposite. The less you try, the more naturally attractive you become. There's a stillness in you, a depth that silently communicates safety. Your grounded energy becomes a refuge. And people, often unknowingly, are drawn to those who feel like home in a world that rarely slows down. At work, in friendships, even in public spaces, notice how people tend to gravitate toward you. They might ask a question they could easily Google, stand next to you when there's plenty of other space, or find a reason to talk about nothing at all. It may feel random, but it's not. You've become a kind of energetic anchor. It's the kind of spiritual wisdom that doesn't come from reading books. It comes from life, pain, healing, and inner alignment. When someone's inner world is chaotic, your energy feels like silence in a noisy room. They don't want to admit they're seeking peace, but they know where to find it. It's like the story of a man who always found comfort in sitting near his grandmother's chair, even in silence. He never asked her for advice or conversation. Just being near her made his world feel less heavy. That's the kind of presence you now carry. You don't need to speak words of wisdom. Your energy is the wisdom. You've transmuted your own pain into quiet strength, and now others unconsciously sense it. That's why they show up again and again for no reason. The more spiritually aligned you become, the less effort you need to connect. Energy does the talking. People don't remember what you said as much as they remember how they felt around you. You're not just someone to talk to. You're someone to feel safe with. And that is a rare form of attractiveness that far surpasses beauty or charm. It's spiritual gravity. They're not drawn to your answers. They're drawn to your stillness. So when someone seeks you out for something small, pause before brushing it off. That moment is a mirror, not of their need, but of your impact. Without knowing it, you've become the silent force in the room. And that is the kind of presence the world desperately needs. If this message resonates with your spirit, say it with me. I welcome these connections as divine guidance. I trust the energy that draws people toward me. Sign 5. Women criticize you without reason. When you walk into a room and suddenly feel a chill in the air, side glances, passive-aggressive comments, or unfair judgment from women who barely know you, it's not always about something you've done. Often, it's a mirror being held up to parts of themselves they're not ready to face. Carl Jung called this shadow projection a psychological process where people unconsciously reject and criticize traits in others that they've disowned within themselves. Your quiet confidence, your ability to move through life without needing validation, your unapologetic presence, these things stir something deep in them. Not hatred, but discomfort. Not because of who you are, but because of how deeply you reflect who they are not allowing themselves to be. When a woman has spent her life conforming, dimming her voice, softening her strength, hiding her depth, she may unconsciously feel threatened by someone who simply shows up as her whole self. Your freedom reminds her of her own chains. Your authenticity makes her question her performance. And rather than sit with that discomfort, the ego chooses defense through criticism, judgment, or silence. It's not personal. It's energetic. It's spiritual. It's the collision between who she pretends to be and who she's afraid to become. This is one of the hidden signs of true attractiveness. Not the kind that turns heads, but the kind that shifts frequencies. The kind born from self-awareness, emotional resilience, and spiritual awakening. You carry a glow that can't be faked, a magnetism that comes from owning your story, your healing, your presence. And even when you're unaware of it, others can feel it. It's in the way you walk, the way you say no without guilt, the way your energy speaks before your mouth does. People don't always respond kindly to that kind of light, especially if they're still trapped in the shadows of self-doubt and comparison. But that doesn't mean you shrink. That doesn't mean you silence yourself or carry the weight of their projections. What it means is that your presence is working. You're shaking things loose. You're awakening something, sometimes resistance, sometimes curiosity, but always movement. And that is the quiet power of spiritual wisdom, to be a living invitation for others to remember their own truth, even if it first shows up as discomfort. So, when you're criticized for simply being, understand that your light is not a threat, it's a reminder. A reminder of what's possible, a reflection of who they could be if they chose healing over hiding. And in that moment, the most powerful thing you can do is stay centered. Let them project. Let them stir. Let your energy speak louder than their words. Because what's happening isn't rejection. It's a revelation. And your soul already knows the difference. Stay connected with our empowering community by subscribing to our channel. Here, we explore deep truths about energy, healing, and spiritual growth. Remember, when others project their shadows onto you, it's not a reflection of your worth, but of your light. You are seen, you are strong, and you are rising. Sign 6. Strangers smile at you for no reason. Strangers don't just smile at you by accident. It's not always about flirtation or politeness. It's something far more profound. When someone smiles at you without knowing why, it's often a subconscious response to the quiet power you carry within. According to Carl Jung, when a person begins to integrate the unconscious parts of themselves, the shadow, the inner child, the repressed truths, they emit a unique energy. This isn't loud or attention-seeking. It's soft, grounded, and whole. It's the kind of presence that doesn't demand a room, but naturally shifts it. This energy is what Jung referred to as archetypal wholeness. It's when your inner world is no longer at war with itself. You're not performing or chasing approval. You're simply being, and that beingness carries a magnetic frequency that others can feel, even if they don't know what it is. A smile from a stranger becomes a moment of recognition, not of your clothes, not your face, but your presence. It's their soul responding to yours, because something about you reminds them of the version of themselves they long to be present, peaceful, and free. There's a quiet woman who works in an old bookstore in the city. She never wears flashy clothes, doesn't say much, and yet customers are drawn to her like a flame. People smile at her in line. Strangers linger in her presence without knowing why. One afternoon, a man looked at her and said, "You feel like home." She didn't know what to say, but she remembered Jung's words. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. That's what people feel when they smile at you for no reason. They feel someone who is becoming real. Most people are fragmented. They're performing identities, running from pain, trying to be what others expect. But when you stop doing that, when you come home to yourself, you glow differently. You move with a rhythm that's not forced. Your silence becomes louder than noise. You don't need to say much, because your energy speaks volumes. And that energy, that authenticity, is what draws people in. Carl Jung believed that true transformation happens not by becoming better, but by becoming whole. When you're whole, you don't seek attention. You attract connection. You don't manipulate your image. You embody truth. And people can't help but respond to that. A smile from a stranger becomes the world's way of whispering, "I see you." It's not an admiration. It resonates. So if people are smiling at you out of nowhere, it's because your energy is safe. It's integrated. It's healing. You've done work that most don't even dare to start. And the world is quietly bowing to that. Do you believe that your energy speaks before you even say a word? If you do, declare it in the comments. My wholeness shines, and the world feels it. Sign 7. Men in relationships. Look at you. Often. There are moments when you catch someone looking at you a little too long, and it's not because of how you're dressed or what you said. It's something deeper. Even men who are already in relationships find their eyes drifting in your direction, not out of disrespect to their partners, but because something within them is stirred when you walk into the room. You didn't plan it, you didn't provoke it, yet it happens. Carl Jung would say it's the anima, the hidden feminine energy inside every man being activated by your presence. This isn't about physical attraction in the usual sense. It's about unconscious recognition. You become a reflection of a part of them they've ignored, buried, or never dared to explore. When a woman walks in her truth, radiates emotional depth, and holds her energy with quiet power, something about her presence becomes undeniable. You don't have to say a word. Your energy already speaks volumes. You may think you're just being yourself, maybe even doubting your own impact, but others feel something they can't quite explain. It's not that you're trying to be attractive. It's that you've tapped into a rare form of spiritual wisdom, one that doesn't seek attention, but commands it simply by existing. This kind of magnetism can be unsettling for others, especially for men who have not yet done the inner work to integrate their own emotional world. They might look at you and feel things they can't name: longing, nostalgia, a pull towards something familiar yet unknown. It's not about you being better than their partner. It's about your presence awakening a forgotten part of their soul, a part that senses your calm, your wholeness, your freedom, and it calls to them like a memory they didn't know they lost. You'll notice these moments in the most ordinary situations: standing in an elevator, walking into a meeting, or even just sipping coffee in a quiet cafe. There's nothing loud about your aura, yet people turn. Their eyes search for something, but it's not your appearance they're drawn to. It's your energy, the stillness within you, the way you listen deeply, the effortless grace that surrounds you like a field of light. They don't understand it, but they feel it. And so they look, sometimes again and again. You are not responsible for their reactions. This kind of unconscious attraction isn't something you control, and it's certainly not something you manipulate. What you're experiencing is the natural result of spiritual embodiment. Your inner alignment, your emotional maturity, your sacred boundaries, they radiate from within and touch others, often more than they or you realize. The more you trust this truth, the less you'll feel the need to apologize for your presence. Don't shrink. Don't question your worth. And most of all, don't carry guilt for the attention that follows your light. Carl Jung's wisdom reminds us that what is unconscious will always seek to be made conscious. And you, in simply being who you are, help others come into contact with what they've forgotten within themselves. That is the power of spiritual wisdom. It doesn't have to be loud to be heard. It's felt in the silence, seen in the stillness, and remembered in the soul. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how your presence speaks louder than words, and why even taken hearts can't help but respond to your light. Sign 8. You receive online attention without trying. You post something simple online with no filter, no curated aesthetic, just a spontaneous thought or a blurry photo, and it somehow gets more likes, more comments, more attention than you expected. You weren't trying to be impressive, and yet something about you made people stop and notice. According to Carl Jung, this isn't random. It's the result of individuation when a person embodies their most authentic, undivided self. While most people mold their online presence to fit in, you unknowingly stand out because you've stopped pretending. That rawness, that refusal to perform, radiates an energy others can feel, even through a screen. You're not chasing approval. You're not trying to be seen. And ironically, that's exactly why people are drawn to you. When someone is deeply connected to their inner truth, they emanate a kind of magnetic calm. Jung believed this came from the integration of the shadow and the self, the parts of us we've made peace with, rather than hidden. It's a subtle glow, not a spotlight. And this quiet self-possession is incredibly rare in a world addicted to validation. You may not even realize how spiritually powerful that makes you, but those around you do. Your presence online feels different. It's not noise, it's resonance. This is the beauty of spiritual awakening. You no longer try to be anything for anyone. You simply are. And that being communicates far more than words ever could. While others strive for relevance, your realness creates remembrance. You remind people on a subconscious level of what it feels like to be whole. That's why even a passing post from you can linger in someone's mind. You aren't trying to influence, you're embodying alignment. And this frequency cuts through the digital noise like a bell of clarity. What makes this even more powerful is your unawareness of it. Jung taught that when the ego isn't grasping for attention, the soul takes the lead. You don't posture or project. You express. You don't market your worth. You exist in it. And this ease with yourself makes others feel safe, seen, and curious. That's the energy people can't explain, but are intuitively drawn to. In their scroll of polished personas, they stop when they reach yours. Not because it's edited to perfection, but because it's real. You don't have to overthink what to post, what to write, or how to appear. Your spiritual awakening has already made you luminous. And even if your conscious mind hasn't caught up to that fact, your energy speaks before you do. Your essence, transmitted effortlessly through the mundane, reminds others of something sacred within themselves. This is the invisible thread that binds your subtle power to their silent longing. You don't need to try harder. You just need to keep being you. If you're still with us, drop a comment below saying, "I'm radiating authenticity." Your presence matters, and your voice helps this community grow stronger. Sign 9. Men get confused around you. Some men seem captivated by your energy, only to pull away and vanish, then return without explanation. It's not a game they're playing. It's a psychological reaction to something deep within them that your presence activates. Carl Jung called this phenomenon enantiodromia, when one extreme flips into its opposite. In this case, intense attraction flips into withdrawal. Not because the attraction has disappeared, but because it has become overwhelming. Your presence isn't just physically appealing, it's emotionally and spiritually activating. You may not realize it, but your very existence stirs something unconscious in others. When you're on a path of spiritual awakening, your aura becomes a mirror. You reflect truth, depth, and authenticity. This can make someone feel profoundly seen, often more than they're ready for. For men, who haven't confronted their own emotional wounds or shadow selves, this level of intimacy can be terrifying. They're not running from you. They're running from the parts of themselves they don't yet understand or want to face. What feels like mixed signals or emotional confusion is often their internal tug of war between desire and fear, curiosity and resistance. There was a woman named Leah who once shared her experience with a man who seemed enchanted by her spirit, her calm, her depth, her grounded presence. Yet every time they grew closer, he would retreat, creating distance without warning. When she finally asked him why, he said, "You make me feel like I'm being watched from the inside. It's like you see who I am before I do." That kind of vulnerability frightened him. Leah didn't need to change. She only needed to understand that her presence was powerful enough to awaken the parts of him that still lived in hiding. Jung taught that when we meet someone who challenges the boundaries of our self-image, the psyche often resists. Your presence may unconsciously force a man to confront questions like, "Am I enough? Can I handle this depth? Do I feel worthy of her?" When those answers aren't clear within him, he may act out in confusing ways, disappearing, then resurfacing, only to disappear again. This cycle has less to do with your actions and more to do with the energy you carry. If this has happened to you, understand this clearly. Your attractiveness doesn't just come from how you look. It comes from how you feel. To be near you is to be stirred, awakened, confronted, and cracked open. You carry spiritual wisdom, whether you speak it or not. And those who aren't prepared to evolve may confuse your calm for intensity, your authenticity for pressure, your energy for something too much. But it's not too much. It's the truth they're not ready for. This is not a sign to shrink. It's a sign to rise. Your energy is not a burden, it's a blessing. Some people are meant to be disrupted by you. Some are meant to pause in your presence and realize they have healing to do. And some will rise to meet you in your light, not run from it. The man who can handle your energy will never be confused by it. He will recognize it as the gift it is. If this message resonates with you, give this video a like and share it with someone who's ever been left confused by mixed signals. Let's keep this conversation going. Drop a comment below if you've ever felt this strange pull and push dynamic. There's more to uncover, and we're just getting started. Sign 10. You don't realize your own power. You question your worth, yet leave deep impressions everywhere you go. Without even trying, your presence lingers in people's minds. You think you're ordinary, maybe even invisible, but others feel something different around you. It's not about your words, your clothes, or the way you walk. It's about the energy you carry. You radiate a quiet power, the kind that doesn't scream to be noticed, but is impossible to ignore. While others perform to be seen, you just are, and that's exactly what draws people in. Your calmness is magnetic. In a chaotic world, your stillness feels like sanctuary. You may not recognize it as beauty or strength, but those who encounter it do. Spiritual wisdom lives in you. It's woven into the way you listen without interrupting, the way you remain grounded when others are reactive, the way your authenticity holds space for truth. That's the kind of power that doesn't fade or depend on trends. It's timeless. It's sacred. You don't chase validation, yet you're deeply admired. While you're busy wondering if you're enough, others are comforted just by your presence. You bring warmth without noise. You heal without effort. And it confuses people because how can someone so effortless have such influence? But it's not effort, it's alignment. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious speaks through behavior we don't recognize. That's what's happening here. Your hidden magnetism comes from how deeply you're aligned with your true self, even when you doubt it. You don't demand attention, but you command respect. It's not about charm. It's not performance. It's presence. There's a gravity in you, subtle but undeniable. You carry a softness that isn't weakness. It's the kind of softness that disarms pride, invites honesty, and creates trust. People are drawn to you because you give them space to breathe. You aren't trying to impress them. You think you're quiet. They think you're mysterious. You think you're just minding your business. They feel like they've encountered someone rare. You think you're simply being polite. They walk away feeling seen, heard, and even healed. That's not an accident. That's spiritual wisdom radiating through you, speaking louder than words ever could. This isn't about arrogance. It's not about calling yourself powerful to feel superior. It's about recognizing the invisible ways you carry light without even noticing it. You soothe storms in people without realizing you've done it. Your energy enters rooms before you do, and long after you leave, something of you stays behind. There is something holy in being this kind of presence, something transcendent. When you stop underestimating your effect on others, you begin to see the truth. Your attractiveness was never about looks. It was about soul, about frequency, about the way you bring peace in a world addicted to noise. That's the truth of your power. That's the beauty of your unspoken influence. Affirm your hidden strength today by commenting below. My quiet presence is powerful. Let this be your daily reminder that true impact doesn't need to be loud. You are already shifting the atmosphere just by being you. Sign 11. Your absence is noticed more than your presence. You don't need to speak loudly to be heard. Your presence carries an energy that fills a space without demanding attention. And the moment you leave, something shifts. People might not say it out loud, but they feel the absence like the room just lost its center of gravity. This is more than emotion. It's energy. Carl Jung called it the idea that your psychological presence forms a container, a field in which others feel held, understood, even if they can't explain why. You may not make a grand entrance. You don't need to dominate conversations or draw all eyes to you. But your spiritual awakening has created a frequency that people instinctively tune into. When you're around, there's a sense of calm, a warmth, a quiet clarity. When you're gone, they miss that even if they don't fully understand what they're missing. You don't just walk into spaces, you hold them. That's why people feel slightly unmoored when you're no longer there. This is not about beauty in the traditional sense. This is spiritual wisdom in motion. When someone is walking a path of self-awareness, healing, and inner peace, their presence starts to shift the energy of those around them. You become a mirror without trying to be. People feel more themselves in your presence, or suddenly face parts of themselves they've been avoiding. That's why your absence can be louder than your words ever were. Because your very being has become a kind of sacred space. And when that space is no longer there, people feel it in the air. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." When you do that, when you embody who you are with alignment and inner clarity, you don't have to prove your worth. Your silence becomes magnetic. Your stillness becomes a force. You don't chase attention. You simply carry an energy that others are drawn to sometimes without understanding why. But the truth is, your spiritual awakening has made you luminous in ways the physical eye can't always see. You are the kind of person others think about after they leave the room. The kind whose words echo long after the conversation ends. Not because you tried to be unforgettable, but because your soul left an imprint. This is the power of subtle presence. This is the hidden sign of true attraction, not the kind that fades with time, but the kind that deepens in silence. If this message resonates with your soul, leave a comment of truth. My presence carries meaning, even in my silence. I trust the energy I bring is divine. Let this be your reminder that you don't need to prove your worth. Your absence already speaks it. Sign 12. Silence with you. Feels intense, not awkward. You have a gift that most people overlook. When you're with someone and there's silence, it doesn't feel awkward. It feels magnetic, like something important is happening beneath the surface. You don't rush to fill the space with words, and that very stillness makes people feel more connected to you. They don't always understand why, but your quiet presence pulls them in. Carl Jung called this kind of connection active imagination, where silence becomes a bridge between the conscious and unconscious. When you're near, people unconsciously feel that they're stepping into a deeper layer of meaning. The moment becomes more than just the absence of noise. It becomes a space where energy is exchanged, where truth is felt instead of spoken. This isn't just a personality trait. It's a powerful sign of emotional depth and spiritual magnetism. In a world that constantly pushes noise, validation, and superficial interaction, your ability to embrace silence is rare. People don't always remember what you said, but they will remember how peaceful they felt around you. The stillness you bring allows their nervous system to relax. Without saying a word, you offer them the kind of emotional safety that most are quietly longing for. That's what makes you so attractive. Your presence alone shifts the atmosphere. Think of those modern situations where everyone's glued to their phones at dinner or nervously chatting to avoid awkward silences. Then there's you, the one who can just be with someone. You don't flinch in the quiet. You don't need to prove anything. And that subtle strength is disarming. It makes people feel like they can drop the act, exhale, and reconnect with something real. This isn't just about charisma. It's about presence. And Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches us that presence is far more powerful than performance. There's a story of a woman in a busy corporate world, always calm, often quiet. She speaks little, but when she does, people listen. Her coworkers can't explain it, but they find themselves drawn to her, almost comforted just by sitting next to her. She doesn't have to lead the conversation. She is calm in the room. That's the unspoken beauty of someone whose silence carries meaning. It's not about being the loudest. It's about being the most grounded. Jung once said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important." And when you can make others feel understood without speaking, you become unforgettable. The truth is, attraction doesn't always flash like lightning. Sometimes, it lingers like a still lake at dawn, peaceful, deep, and full of reflection. That's you. You don't attract through noise. You attract through resonance. And whether you realize it or not, that spiritual depth is what makes people feel like they've met someone unlike anyone else. To affirm the quiet power you carry, comment below, "My silence speaks volumes." Let this be your reminder that even in stillness, you are deeply felt and your presence is a gift. Remember, true attractiveness isn't something you see in the mirror. It's the silent power you carry in your energy, your presence, and the way you make others feel without even trying. The most captivating people are often the ones who don't even realize their impact. If any of these hidden signs spoke to you today, it's a gentle reminder. Your light is seen, even when you don't see it yourself. If you found value in this message, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that dive deep into the truths of the soul and the mind. And tell us in the comments, did you recognize any of these signs in yourself? We'd love to hear your story.